Welcome in, folks. We have double trouble today from Oregon Trail Park Stadium here in Gering, Nebraska. I'm Bob Parsons. I'm joined by my partner, Lucas Macklin, and we have a two seven-inning doubleheaders here today between the Nebraska Outlaws and the Western Nebraska Pioneers.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see what we get from these two squads, especially because you're going to try to extend your pitching staff. You know, for the Pioneers, you've got a lot of arms, but you kind of see who can stand out and who can pitch consistently. And for the Outlaws, you're really short on arms right now. It's going to be interesting to see how they kind of play through these 14 innings.
Yeah, it should be interesting for sure. Talked to the coaches pregame about the plan yesterday, and from our understanding, the Game 1 plan is similar to their plan as last night. So for the Outlaws, they're going to start with Tommy Quintana, who pitched in that first matchup. Didn't necessarily go the way he wanted it to in that first inning, but he was able to shut it down in the last one. And after that, it might get a little bit interesting. Some guys that don't necessarily have the pitching experience that you would like to see out of some of these arms. But you never know. Maybe somebody's got something. Somebody's got a good pitch that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's going to be kind of interesting to see what happens, obviously, between these two teams. For the Pioneers, you're looking at the starter of Nick Castellanos. He is going to go probably about 60 to 75 pitches, according to the coaches. And then following that, Harrison Haquam and ideally Daniel Gomez. But it is one of those things. Now that we're only playing 7 innings, in theory, if Castellanos can stay under 75 pitches, they could pitch him the entire game, and that completely changes your plan for Game 2 and what you want to do, and kind of what you want to switch around it. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what happens, how they need to adjust, and how these two games really play out.
Yeah, it should be interesting for sure. We also got a lot of new bats in both these lineups. For the Outlaws, you have hitters 6, 7, and 9 are new to this lineup, being C.J. King, Grady Manuel, and Bennett Cherry. They did get at-bats at the end of that Wranglers game that did not go the Outlaws' way 3 nights ago it is now, on that Wednesday night, losing 19-8. But again, it's like I said before, it's kind of hard coming off the bench cold. So it'll be interesting to see them get kind of those 3, possibly 4 at-bats, depending on what this game looks like. Offensively, it's been a lot of offense, so you never know. Maybe they'll get 5 or 6 at-bats like the hitters have the last couple nights.
I mean, you're right. It's a completely different game, whether you're coming off the bench late in the game, especially in a game that's a blowout, versus getting the start. It's a completely different feel. And when you look at the Pioneers, we talked about this yesterday, but obviously game being rained out, an entirely new lineup outside of Jack Hogan batting third. Everyone else did not play in Game 1, and now they're getting their opportunity from top to bottom. And it's going to be exciting to see what those guys give. And then, Game 2, we have the lineups already. And we're assuming they're not going to change. But, if a player comes out and he hits 3 home runs, it's going to be hard to keep him out of the lineup for Game 2.
Yeah, talking about that, one guy that's out of this lineup, actually, that hit a home run those 3 nights ago is Christian McKernan, who has looked very good so far this season. It looks like he's going to be in that Game 2 lineup, but they did give him the game off for this first one. So it should be interesting to see Jack Riley now playing in the field. We saw him use the bat at the plate. We saw him on the mound pitch really well. We'll see what his glove looks like in the field.
1,000%. It's one of those things where you have a player that has played really well, but you want to get everyone an opportunity, and he just happened to be the guy to take a game off. But again, he'll be back in Game 2, and he's so far probably been the best hitter for the Outlaws so far. Just his ability to get on base, his ability to swing the bat, and obviously hit that home run in that last game against the Wranglers, who we'll see tomorrow play the Pioneers. And when you look at the Pioneers, only second game of the season, you're still trying to figure out who's going where and how your lineup's going to look long term. So we'll kind of see which guys come out today and play well and kind of establish themselves for this entire season, and who become faces of this team.
Yeah, for sure. And when talking about that, we're going to look at the standings. I know it's early in the season, like we talked about, but Wranglers sit atop the division at 1-0. We talked about establishing that dominance in Game 1. Outlaws were able to do that with the Pioneers. Wranglers gave them a taste of their own medicine. So then the Outlaws sitting in second place here in the Front Range League, just the 3 teams right now. And then the Pioneers obviously at 0-1 in last place.
Yeah, and it is such a sprint. We talked about this yesterday as well. You don't want to fall behind early. And for the Pioneers, it feels like you have to win one of these games. Especially, you get the Wranglers coming in. They're going to be fresh come Sunday. It feels like you have to win one of these games today and at least get yourself into the win column to kind of just stay around in the playoffs. Only 2 teams make that playoff series to win the championship. So you got to feel like you have to stay in it, and you have to get a game today, if not getting both, which could be a huge turning point if they were able to get both. And for the Outlaws, if you can get both these games, Pioneer starting 0-3, it's going to be a really tough, long, way back into the playoff picture.
Yeah, and after talking to the coaching staff, whether that's pitching coach AC or head coach Zach McCoy, they do have a lot of pitchers on the way. So if you're going to get the Outlaws, now is the time if you're the Pioneers.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see what happens. We got 2 7-inning games, and we'll see, which pitchers go and which pitchers aren't going to have to be used, obviously. And like I said, it's a long list of pitchers for the Pioneers. That's one of the things they are definitely strong on, and hopefully they'll find those pitchers that they can count on for the entire season.
Yeah, so let's get into those starting lineups for tonight. Being the 2 umpires for tonight, we have Zach Smith behind the plate, and then Josh Wagner is going to be our field umpire. And then for the visiting Western Nebraska Pioneers, leading off and playing second base is going to be Austin Feldman. After him, it's going to be James Linsmeyer playing left field. Jack Hogan, as we mentioned, all those home runs in college. The only consistent bat between those 2 lineups, he will be playing first base and hitting in the 3-hole. And then Daiki Tawara will be playing left field and hitting cleanup, followed by Ben Abram, who's playing the hot corner tonight, and then followed by one of those more veteran guys in that Pioneers lineup. Eli Horner will be out in center field. He is followed by Gino Maccarini playing shortstop. And then behind the dish tonight, we're going to see Jackson Raff. And then finishing out this lineup is going to be Dax Patton playing DH. And obviously, we talked about prior, Nick Castellanos is going to be on the mound.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to see. I'm really excited to see those corner outfielders, James Linsmeyer and Daiki Tawara, a couple of very different players. Tawara, a senior trying to grad transfer and find an opportunity from Osaka, Japan. Saw him in pregame yesterday. His swing is very smooth. It's very nice, and we'll see what he can do during the summer. And then James Linsmeyer, the freshman at Cochise College, who redshirted his freshman year, but as a senior in high school, he was able to hit .521 with 808 slugging, 5 doubles, 5 triples, and 2 home runs. Only struck out 6 times during his senior season. So those 2 guys, I'm really excited to see what they can do. And obviously sandwiching a guy like Jack Hogan, if you can find those guys that are really dangerous to protect a guy like Hogan, and so they aren't able to pitch around him, that's going to be huge for your team going forward.
Yeah, you see that in a lot of really good lineups. You see not just one good hitter at the middle of the order, but multiple. And those good hitters don't necessarily need to be as good as that elite hitter in your lineup, but just to make the pitcher scared enough to not be able to just pitch around them and attack just that one hitter. And moving into that, we have the Outlaws lineup. Some changes, again, flipping some guys to the top of the order that were at the bottom in that last game against the Wranglers. You have Isaiah Murillo playing center field. After Murillo had played those first 2 games out in center, Murillo will be leading off, followed by the recent high school graduate Grayson Matlock will be DH tonight after playing catcher in that second game of the season. And been in the 3-hole all season. He's looked great defensively, offensively, on the base paths. It's been Seth Onnested. He will be playing left field again. And then that Shohei Ohtani-esque player for the Outlaws is going to be Jack Riley hitting cleanup. Hopefully we'll see another long ball from him tonight. He will be playing first base. And then followed by him is going to be Lee Jones playing right field. He previously played first base in that first game, so we'll see how he looks out there in the outfield. And then some of these new guys making their Outlaw debut or first start is going to be C.J. King playing third base, followed by Grady Manuel playing shortstop, and then that veteran catcher. Zach Turk, they really liked how he called that first game. It'll be interesting to see how he calls this one today. And then rounding out this lineup is going to be Bennett Cherry playing second base.
Yeah, and one of the players I really like to see, he'll more than likely be starting both games. Second game behind the plate would be Grayson Matlock. You mentioned he just graduated high school yesterday. He is a very young player, but came out yesterday, scored a couple runs, hit a triple as well, drew a walk. Really, really poised at the plate, for a kid who is just getting his college career started. It was really cool to see, and batting up in the 2-hole, they really do believe in him. So it's going to be interesting to see what he gives this team, not just obviously in this game, but just the entire season going forward.
Yeah, and again, this lineup filled with a bunch of young guys. This is the first game they will not have Braden Basie hitting in the leadoff spot. I talked to him pregame. He's definitely kind of stepped into that veteran role, just kind of helping guys, even with some little things on the baseball field, and just kind of being that leader in the dugout for these Outlaws. It'll be interesting to see some of these young guys get some chances that maybe they necessarily didn't get in their collegiate seasons.
Yeah, speaking of a kid getting his chance who redshirted his freshman year, the pitcher Nick Castellanos, got a chance to talk to him yesterday before the game, assuming he was going to get a start. One of the things that's going to be interesting to see how he adjusts. Obviously, was planning to pitch yesterday, didn't get the opportunity. He's going to be starting this game. Mentioned a little bit he's on a pitch count about 60 to 75, but if he's out there in the 7th inning, if he's under, they're going to keep pitching him if he's pitching well. So it'll be interesting to see what he gives them. A young kid obviously getting his first big opportunity. Kind of told me, he's obviously from Florida. He plays for the Warner University Royals, who are also in Florida. And he basically told me, he's like, if I want to be serious about playing baseball, I should be able to travel halfway across the country and get this opportunity. And he's getting an opportunity to start tonight, and he's going to hopefully give some length to really get the Pioneers started this season.
Yeah, and then on the other side of the rubber, you have Tommy Quintana wearing number 9 today. Another one of those Central Valley, California kids that we're seeing a lot of in this Front Range League. One of those Coalinga College kids that we're seeing a lot of in this Front Range League. He's only standing at 5'7", but he was able to dominate the strike zone a little bit. He strayed away from it a couple times, hitting a couple batters, but you hope to see him in this starter role, gaining a little bit more confidence, getting a little bit more confidence in his pitches because his coaches have that faith in him.
Yeah, and a pitcher like that who he started, first batter he walked, second batter he hit, third batter hit a home run, but he locked back in, finished those last 2 innings, didn't give up any more runs. So we'll see what he can do as a starter and see how much length he can give this Outlaw squad. When you're looking at the pitchers they have, they're going to need some length out of him, especially in the start today.
Yes, definitely. Especially when Out of the Pen was talking to him earlier. It sounds like the two Out of the Pen arms are going to be Kingston Lee and Alex Schlosser, who have only played third. They've been the 2 third base starters so far, so they do have a little bit of an arm on them. We'll see how they look off the mound.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a see what you get kind of thing, but again, it's all hands on deck for the Outlaws right now. You got 2 games today. You get Sunday off. You get Monday off, I believe, and then you travel Tuesday to go play the Morgan County Wranglers. So we'll see what they can give them. And, kind of didn't really mention this, but Outlaws home first game, Pioneers will be home second game. So they'll have the home field advantage, even though both these teams play at the same park. They'll still get the home field advantage for game 1. So it'll be kind of nice, if he's lucky, he goes out there and can shut down the Pioneers in the first inning and get your offense out there a chance to take the lead. On the other end for Castellanos, he's hoping his guys go give him the lead early and try to get some runs early. And if they can jump out in front and give him that lead, it'll be ideally for him a little bit more comfortable pitching.
Yeah, a thing that my coaches always told me, playing baseball is score early, score often. That is how you're going to win a lot of baseball games. Even if you don't necessarily see it in the field, it's just that body language. The Outlaws have been very good at it, staying composed, using that chemistry, and climbing back into these games, especially in that Wranglers game. I understand they lost by 11 runs, but they did claw back, being down 5 runs in that game and getting that into a ball game again with some of those just capitalizing on mistakes, which we saw a lot of from that first game with the Pioneers.
Yeah, and if you're the Pioneers, you have to limit the mistakes. Mention it, 16 free passes, 6 errors. You can't do that. You aren't going to win games. So we'll see what they can do. We are scheduled for a 4:05 first pitch. They're still kind of getting everybody ready. We'll take a short break. When we're back, we'll have that first pitch for you here on the Front Range League Network.
In left field, number 1, Seth Armstead. At first base, number 26, Jack Riley. In right field, number 35, Lee Jones. At third base, number 23, C.J. King. At shortstop, number 4, Brady Manuel. Behind the plate, number 3, Zach Turk. At second base, number 42, Bennett Gering. And on the box, number 9, Tommy Quintana. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and do the gathering for the playing of our national anthem.
All right, welcome back in, folks. I am Bob Parsons. I'm joined by my partner, Lucas Macklin. You are watching Outlaws and Pioneers Baseball here on the Front Range League Network, and we are just about to get underway here for some double baseball today.
Yeah, very excited. Long day of baseball, but where would you rather be on a Saturday afternoon?
On a sunny day like this, hopefully the rain is going to do what it was supposed to do yesterday and just kind of skirt around us, but we are knocking on wood, crossing our fingers, doing whatever you need to do to make sure that this baseball can get played and we can get all 14 innings in today. Tommy Quintana is going to be on the bump today for the Outlaws. Like we mentioned, he pitched in that first matchup against the Pioneers. He is going to be standing at 5'7", 160. He didn't get a ton of experience over there at Coalinga College, just pitching 5 2/3 innings and 6 appearances. Didn't give up any runs, but did give up 4 walks. And he is going to be using a fastball, slider, changeup mix.
Yeah, you are right. In that, only struck out 1 batter in 5 2/3. Did manage to get one of those to finish off the game on Tuesday, but not a guy who's going to strike out a lot of batters. Goal to get a lot of weak contact, and we'll see how he does today against this Pioneers lineup that, again, outside of Hogan, we have not seen yet this year.
Yeah, it should be interesting to kind of see the difference in how he's going to approach pitching, because it is very different when you're coming into an 11, 12-run game and you're just trying to close it out versus starting and getting out there at the very start of the game in a 0-0 ball game, and we'll see how he'll approach it.
Yeah, top of the lineup will be Austin Feldman. Going to be excited to see what he can give the Pioneers. Feldman, Linsmeyer, and, as we mentioned, obviously, Jack Hogan. Feldman, a freshman from Wichita Falls, Texas. Another one of those guys, redshirt his freshman year. Linsmeyer, redshirt his freshman year as well. So 2 guys at the top of the lineup. We'll see what they can give the Pioneers here.
All right, we are getting ready to get underway here. As my partner Lucas mentioned, Feldman is going to be leading off and playing second base. He is going to be digging into the right-hander's batter's box here. We will see how this one will go today. We've had some high-scoring offensive thrillers so far. Let's see what today offers with the doubleheader.
So hopefully let's get some close games this time instead of a couple of 11-run games.
Yeah. The set by Quintana. He fires. Swung on and missed up by the off-speed. Gets ahead early. You always love to see those first pitch strikes from a pitcher.
Yeah, Quintana, not a guy who's going to blow anything really by you, but he's got some really, really good, off-speed, weak contact pitches.
The 0-1 on its way. Misses low and away for ball 1. The count evens.
One of the things I saw from Pioneers in their first game is that they were really patient. They were good at drawing walks. They were good at waiting for their pitch. Their offense wasn't terrible by any means. They just couldn't really get any outs on the other side of the ball.
The 1-1 on its way. Misses again, low and away. And like I said, you just want to get ahead in these counts if you're the pitcher or the hitter. Just trying to establish that dominance, whether it's you want to try and get the pitcher out of the game. In the Outlaws case, don't have a ton of bullpen arms today, so trying to get Quintana out of this game as quick as possible. The stretch, the 2-1. Swung on and missed on the off-speed again. The count evens at 2-2.
Twice now we've seen Feldman go after with some big hacks on that off-speed pitch. A couple times I felt like it really hung up there a little bit. If you're Quintana, you don't want to leave those up there because he's gotten away with them a couple of times, but you're not going to get away with it all game.
It should be interesting comparing him to like a Jack Riley who's sitting in the high 8s compared to Quintana. The 2-2. Misses just blown away, and the count runs full.
Great take, and that's what you want to see from your leadoff hitters. A long at-bat and some good takes right there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Quintana out of the stretch here, even though he is a starter with a clean inning. So that kind of tells you kind of his approach. The stretch, the full count. Misses up and starts off with a leadoff walk to Austin Feldman. And in comes the left fielder, James Linsmeyer. He's going to be hitting left-handed today.
That's a perfect start for this Pioneers offense, getting that leadoff runner on. As you mentioned, a long at-bat. The idea would be able to try to get Quintana out of this game as quickly as possible and force them into those bullpen arms that they don't really have a lot of.
Quintana's 0-0 on its way. Swung on and fouled back for strike 1. Gets ahead early here. I do like the first pitch strikes from Quintana. I know that he lost them a little bit there, gave up the walk, but I do like the first pitch strikes. Just getting ahead in the count. It's always a good approach as a pitcher to get ahead in the count, attack the zone early. The 0-1 on its way. Lands the off-speed. Little backdoor breaking ball right there. Gets him ahead 0-2.
And now it's going to be interesting to see how this young kid battles with 2 strikes. You obviously want to try to put something in play, but you also don't want to do anything stupid and swing at a bad pitch.
Checks over to first base. Diving back is Feldman, but not a very close play there. I'd love to see Quintana try and get a ground ball here, get some soft contact, and possibly eliminate both runners here. Oh-2 on its way. Misses with a back foot breaking ball right there. Count runs to 1-2.
It's a great take, a pitch that just fell off the zone. It's a tough one to lay off of.
Yeah, I like that approach. You don't need to necessarily try and attack him as much with 2 strikes and no balls. He checks over again at first base. Again, diving back is Feldman, but again, he is safe over there at first. Quintana checking him again. The set. The 1-2, runner goes, swung on, hit well down the right field line. That is going to go for extra bases. They're going to hold Feldman up at third, and the Pioneers are threatening early here on Quintana.
And what an at-bat from the young kid. Down to 2 strikes early in the at-bat, but battled, took a tough pitch, and then just lined it down the right field line on a very, very clean swing. And now you're setting up Hogan with 2 runners on, no one away, a chance to strike early.
Yeah, this is where you see what Tommy Quintana is going to be made of. He's definitely in a tough spot. The Outlaws infield is playing back a little bit, so they're kind of conceding at least that runner at third to try and just limit the damage in this inning. The 0 to Hogan. Swung on and missed on that off speed. He is way ahead on it.
Hogan has 1 at-bat against Quintana in Game 1 of the season. He popped out to shortstop. Try to avoid that fate in this at-bat.
You'd love to see that if you're talking Quintana, and you hope that that's in the back of Hogan's mind, trying not to do that again. The 0-1 misses low and away for ball 1, and the count evens. Like we said in that first game, Hogan getting attacked with a lot of off-speed. Obviously, that power-heavy bat. It'll be interesting to see what he does here on the 1-1. Set the pitch. Behind his head, that's going to get back to the backstop. Runner's going to go home, and they cannot get him as Feldman slides in safely on that wild pitch. Linsmeyer moves over to third base, and the Pioneers are on the board first.
And Feldman, going down third baseline, hesitated a couple of times. He was lucky to not get thrown out there, but eventually did make that decision and ended up working out for him. And now you have a runner at third, chance to add another run here, still with no one away.
Yeah, again, that infield not playing back. They're kind of conceding that runner at third. Hopefully limit the damage here with Jack Hogan up at the plate. Set 2-1 on its way. Lands for strike 2 as this count evens. Be interesting to see what he does here. I'm assuming he's probably going to attack him with the off speed, as he has. All these pitchers have done pretty consistently here with Hogan. But you're trying to just get an out that's not going to produce a run here. Sets 2-2, fires low for ball 3, and we have a full count here with a runner on third base. Nobody out here early in the top of the first inning. Pioneers already have one in.
And first 3 batters of the game, not a lot of swinging. They're making Quintana come to him. It's one of those things you wonder, they're wanting him to throw a lot of pitches rather than trying to attack him early.
Payoff on its way. Swung on, hit high, down the left field line. Will it stay here? Onnested moves in on it, catches it, fires home. He's tagging. Throw on its way. They got him. What a play by Onnested. What a throw, and he shows it off again, that 5-2 ability out there in left field. And that's going to be one of those base running mistakes that we might look back on if this is a close game. Onnested, great play, able to range over into foul territory, make that catch, and fire a dart to home plate. And Turk able to apply the tag to erase the base runner and the power hefty bat. It's Jack Hogan.
It's one of those that you kind of have to run on. It's deep enough to definitely tag, but great throw by Onnested on the money. Had to be a perfect throw to make that play, and it was. And a good tag there by the catcher Turk as well.
The 0-0 on its way to Tawara. Misses outside for ball 1.
Tawara from Osaka, Japan, played for Osaka Otani U in Japan. Be interesting to see what kind of offense he's able to give this Pioneers team.
The 1-0 on its way. Misses up and out of the zone for ball 2. It'll be interesting to see how Tommy Quintana can kind of bounce back from this inning. You'd love to see him get out of this inning here and not let it extend any further. The set, the 2-0. Swung on and missed on a pitch in the dirt. That had Tawara fooled.
Yeah, he was sitting fastball for sure. Was expecting that 2-0 pitch to be a fastball. It wasn't, and he was way out in front, and it caught him.
And Turk showing off that good blocking that Coach Grooney had kind of told me about. His receiving is his biggest point of emphasis today. The 2-1 misses low again. It's going to go to 3-1 here on Tawara. You'd love to see him not get another base runner on here if you're Quintana. The set, the 3-1. Swung on, hit hard, fielded. Throw on the first is in time. And Tommy Quintana gets out of that first inning. Just the 1 run. Outlaws will come up here in the bottom of the second. You are watching Outlaws baseball here on the Front Range League Network. We'll be right back.
Let's sit down to Mallory, introduce today's winner.
Thanks, Bill. I'm here with one lucky fan who will receive 5 scratch-off tickets right now, and if one of your Outlaws hits a home run above either of the Nebraska lottery signs in the outfield, they will receive 10 more. What's your name?
My name is Joy.
Where are you from? Let's hear it for our lucky winner and Nebraska lottery. Back to you, Bill.
All right, thank you, Mallory. Congratulations to our winner. We'd like to thank the Nebraska Lottery for their continued support of our Nebraska Outlaws. Buy a lottery ticket near you at any store around town for a chance to win big.
Welcome back in here, folks. We are here in the bottom of the first inning here on the Front Range League Network. I'm Bob Parsons. I'm joined by Lucas Macklin. And the Pioneers strike first, but you'd love to see what this explosive Outlaws offense can do here.
And, I mean, you really look at it, it could have been a lot worse. Runners at second and third, nobody away. You had Jack Hogan up. Gave up a run on that wild pitch, but got the fly out to left field, and a great throw by Onnested to cut down the runner. You only give up one run, and it's got to feel good if you're Quintana. And now if you're Castellanos, you do come out there with a lead, but you're kind of hoping maybe it was a little bit bigger of a lead.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Onnested showing off his arm. And the Outlaws defense, I've really liked what I've seen from them. And that, as a pitcher, that can really help your confidence, knowing that you don't necessarily have to attack everybody. You can let your defense kind of do the work for you, which Onnested proved there.
Yeah, speaking of defense, you got the Pioneers defense that struggled in game one, but it's a completely different defense. There's no one in the same spot anywhere. Hogan, who was a DH in game one, is playing first base today. So we'll see what they can give their pitchers at Castellanos that is going to attack with the fastball mainly, but also as a slider, change, and cutter. One thing he told me is he really likes to get batters out on that fastball. So we'll see how he utilizes that. And one of the things he told me he wanted to improve on this summer was hitting the strike zone more and more consistently. See what he can do here in game one.
In steps Isaiah Murillo, the center fielder. The 0-0 to him lands on the outer half of the plate. This bottom of the first inning is sponsored by Nebraska Lottery. If we get a home run in either one of those left center or right center alleys, a fan goes home with some lottery tickets. 0-1 on its way. Lands low and away on that corner for strike two. Down early is Isaiah Murillo, sport number 2 and playing center field.
A couple of great fastballs there to start the game for Castellanos.
The 0-2 on its way. Misses inside for ball 1.
Just couldn't quite get the slider to hit that front door. It looked like it was about to hit him, but it had a lot of movement on it, just didn't quite catch the zone.
Castellanos out of the windup here on the 1-2. Grounded. Back to Quintana. Makes the throw on to first base for out number 1.
Great start there from Castellanos, already showing he can locate that fastball really well. Got him out on the fastball on that one. Those first 2 pitches are really good because you hit that outside corner, and on a fastball like that, it's really tough to do anything with outside of go to the right side of the field if you're a right-handed batter.
And now we have the switch hitting catcher in Grayson Matlock, recent high school graduate, recent birthday boy as well, as it was his birthday on Wednesday. He sported himself a triple and a walk, scoring twice in that game. We'll see what he can do here. The wind, the 0-0. Misses low and away for ball 1. And you got to imagine some of these younger guys, they're really chomping on the bit to get these opportunities. The 1-0 on its way. Swung on, fouled off to the left side, out of play for strike 1. Count evens at 1-1.
And one of the things that Matlock proved in that game against the Wranglers, good at bats, a lot of good at bats, took a walk, had that triple. That's why they have him at number 2 in the lineup.
The wind, the 1-1 to Matlock. Misses low and away for ball 2. I really liked, even though he's only newly 18 years old, I really like the maturity in his at-bats that he showed. The wind by Castellanos. Swung on, hit right back up the middle. Fielded. Throw on to first is in time for out number 2.
You see, Castellanos on the mound was not sure if he's going to be able to field it clean, so he just let it go right by him. It was a risky play, but it did work out because it was slowly enough for Macarini, playing shortstop today, able to range over and make a solid play there. And it's good to see this defense make a couple of really good plays to start this game.
Yeah, for sure. And in steps the player of the game in that first game, Seth Onnested, who hit that notable grand slam to cap off that 9-run 4th inning.
It'll be interesting to see how he responds after going 0 for 4 in his last game after such a good first game.
The wind, hit back up the middle again, fielded again by the shortstop, throw on to first in time. Rinse and repeat there for Castellanos, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Pioneers lead the Outlaws 1-0 after 1. You are watching the Front Range League Network. We'll be right back.
Outlaw fans are always happy when new sponsors join us and see the value in using Outlaws to promote their products. This year we welcome Ron's Towing, the official roadside assistance partner of the Outlaws. If your car won't start, you have a flat tire, or you just need a safe ride home, call Ron's Towing at 308-632-2400, and Ron's Towing helps you get to where you need to be.
Welcome back in, folks, to the Front Range League Network. I'm Bob Parsons, joined by Lucas Macklin, and you are watching Nebraska Outlaws baseball. Tommy Quintana looking to respond after giving up that first inning run. His defense had his back, that big throw and tag by Seth Onnested, and behind the plate, Zach Turk. Into the box is the third baseman, Abram.
I mentioned this a little bit pregame yesterday. He was hitting the ball hard during BP yesterday. Be excited to see what he can give this team after playing in 53 games for the Allegheny College of Maryland in Cumberland, Maryland.
The 0-0 misses low and away for ball one to start the second inning here. You'd love to see Quintana kind of do what he did last inning, get those first pitch strikes. The stretch. The 1-0. Misses low and away again for ball two.
So Abram, during his 53 games, hit 279, 10 doubles, couple of home runs. And the one thing he didn't do was strike out. He only struck out 18 times on 190 ABs.
Yeah, not sure if Quintana is necessarily going to take that approach, but we'll see what he does here. He gets a foul ball straight back there on the third pitch of that bat. Count's going to run 2-1 here on Ben Abram. Quintana looking to respond this inning. The stretch. 2-1 on its way. Swung on, foul back again for strike two as the count evens at 2-2 here on the Pioneers' third baseman.
It's a good rebound there from Quintana. Went down 2-0, but got a couple of good pitches, a couple of foul balls. But for Abram, he was on those a little bit, but just stay back just a little bit, stay in stride, and he can do some damage on those pitches.
Got to imagine he's probably going to come after him with the slider here. He's been pretty slider heavy so far. The 2-2 swung on and missed with a fastball at the top of the zone. He must have been thinking the same thing I was.
Yeah, and that's a couple of times that Quintana's gotten a strikeout on the high fastball. He did it to end the first game of the season, and right there got Abram chasing that high fastball. Those always look good to those to a hitter, but got to be able to lay off it, and he wasn't able to there.
Into the box now is the veteran Eli Horner playing center field today for the Pioneers.
We'll see what he can do. He's played 4 seasons of college ball so far. He's the veteran, as you mentioned, of this team. So much so he was coaching first base in their first game when they were still missing a coach.
Misses low there is Quintana. Count runs to 1-0.
And during his time with Iowa Western, he was really good. Had a 434 OBP, hit 6 home runs, 13 doubles. So a guy who has a ton of talent.
1-0 misses out of the zone for 2-0 again on the second straight batter. Got to see a little bit more strikes, a little bit more efficient outs here from Tommy Quintana if he's going to want to eat some innings for this pitcher-deprived Outlaws team. 2-0, fires, swung on, hit hard, fielded at third, throw on to first, makes the play. Outlaw debut over there for CJ King, and he looks pretty good so far. Makes that nice firing throw across the diamond to get the out.
Great play defensively there. We've seen some really good defense so far from both these teams here in second game for the Pioneers, third for the Outlaws.
And we forgot to mention it, but did get a little bit of rain last night. Field's probably playing a little bit better than it was the last 2 games. Into the box here is going to be Gino Macarini playing shortstop. Quintana sets, pitches on the 0-0. Swung on and missed on that off speed to start the count 0-1. We'd love to see the first pitch strikes. As a catcher, wanting kind of a quick inning. You don't want to be squatting down there for too long if you're Zach Turk, although he is down on one knee right now with nobody on. The set, pitch, misses low and away again. Count is 1-1. It seems to be his misses are kind of landing in that left-handed batter's box so far today. Should be. Oh.
I would say it seems at least early, hasn't missed too many times in the zone. And that's kind of the big thing, especially when you are a pitcher pitching to contact. You don't really want to miss inside the zone too often.
The 1-1 lands for strike 2 here for Quintana, looking to get a quick 1-2-3 inning here. He is just 1 strike away from that, and a much-needed 1-2-3 inning to kind of get some of that momentum back from the Pioneers. The 1-2, set, pitch, swung on, hit high, out to left center field. Should be playable for Murillo. He squeezes it, and we are out of the inning. Quintana retires the Pioneers in order. We are heading to the bottom of the second. You are watching Outlaws Baseball here on the Front Range League Network.
All right, looks like we have a winner. We'd like to thank all of you for participating. And let's hear for Domino's Pizza for their continued support of the Nebraska Outlaws. Make sure to visit a Domino's Pizza location near you today to get a delicious pizza of your own. Don't forget, fans, it's Kids Eat Free Saturday. All kids 12 and under with a ticket get a kids hot dog, chips, and a water. So make sure to go to our concession stand and redeem your ticket today.
Welcome back in, folks, here in the bottom of the second inning. I am Bob Parsons. I'm joined by Lucas Macklin, and you are watching Outlaws Baseball. Pioneers lead 1-0 after Quintana goes 1-2-3 in order here. We're going to see the heart of the order of the Outlaws offense here with Jack Riley, Lee Jones, and C.J. King making his first start here for the Outlaws.
And we'll see how Castellanos does. Only 8 pitches in that first inning, but he's got a tough part of the lineup. Jack Riley, who hit a home run in his last game. Lee Jones, who walked 4 times in his first game. It'll be interesting to see how he attacks these batters.
The 1-0 misses high with the off speed. You got to imagine Jack Riley does have that power in the bat, so maybe trying to slow him down a little bit with that off speed even on the first pitch there, which misses high. The wind, 1-0. Hit, grounded, diving play, throw onto first is, first baseman is off the bag. Throw was on time, but just a little wide at first, so Riley is on. What an incredible diving play over there at third base.
Yeah, Ben Abram made a fantastic play, and Jack Hogan a great stretch. The umpire at first over there, Josh Wagner, didn't at least indicate that he came off the bag. So I wonder if he dropped the ball maybe, but I'm assuming he came off the bag and he just didn't indicate it. Because traditionally you would indicate he came off the bag to let them know. But either way, a fantastic play by Abram, and honestly a really good stretch from Hogan, even if he did come off the bag. After we saw in Game 1 some really issues there at first base, Hogan doing that is great to see, but it will be indicated as safe still.
And in steps the big lefty here for the Outlaws with the runner on already is going to be Lee Jones. One of those Outlaws players, part of that kind of camaraderie we're seeing so far from that Outlaws team. A couple of players dyed their hair platinum blonde. I believe it is Gideon Leslie, Lee Jones, and Marcel Alexander, I believe, the platinum blonde guys so far for this team. So let's see if the hair dye works here for Lee Jones.
That's cool to see that kind of camaraderie so quickly among that team. We'll see how Castellanos now pitches from the stretch.
Stretch. Swung on. Is going to fielded at second. Throw on to first is in time. You love to see that approach, though, just getting it to that right side of the field, move that runner into scoring position.
It was a tough hop there, but Feldman fielded over at second. Great play. Again, we've seen a couple of really good plays from the infield, really 3 or 4 great plays from the infield to start this game, even if they didn't get that first out of the inning. They actually ruled it a single to start that inning, so not an error.
Yeah, you can't imagine that you're going to give him a throwing error there after that incredible diving play. You imagine that normally gets through that 6-hole there. The 0-0 on its way. Lands on the outer half of the plate to the lefty C.J. King, who's making his first Outlaws start here. Second AB, however.
good to see Castellanos isn't really missing anything while pitching from the stretch so far.
Stretch fouled off out of play to get 0-2 here on the Outlaws third baseman. You'd love to see the Outlaws trying to put together a couple clutch ABs here, try and get a run in, tie this game up, get it back to, you could say, kind of a 0-0 game or a tie ball game to even the momentum out a little bit or even take a little bit of that momentum.
Get a couple opportunities to try to get something into the outfield grass.
Oh, missed by the catcher. Riley, unsure if he's going to go, stays put. Did not get fully to the backstop there after missed by the catcher. Looked like that could have been possibly a pass ball, but he's able to recover that pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was tough to read there by Jones over at second base. Couldn't really tell if it got by him or not. And didn't get too far away from him, so wasn't able to advance.
The 1-2 here to King. On its way. Misses low and in. King in his one at-bat the other night, which was a pinch hit appearance, he did walk, so hoping to put together a good AB here against Castellanos. The stretch. The 2-2. Swung on, hit softly to the left side, fielded, throw on to first, did not scoop it at first is Hogan. So another one of those missed scoops over there at first base for the Pioneers. We'll see if the Outlaws can capitalize here. Because of it was hit so slow, Riley able to advance to third base with here with just one out.
Yeah, defense came through in a big way on that first one, but just wasn't able to get the out. And on that one, that's a play that you really want your defense to make. Either way, you're going to have to try to get a couple of big outs here now.
I would say, if I were to guess, it's probably going to be an E5 on that one. And in steps another Outlaw debut. Here's Grady Manuel here with runners on the corners. The pitch, swung on and missed for strike one.
It's really interesting. It's, you kind of look at a couple of those throws. It could be 3 outs out of the inning. Instead, you got only 1 out, runners on the corners. You got to try to stay locked in if you're Castellanos on the mound and get a couple of big outs. Try to keep the lead, or at the very least, only give up 1 run.
Lands the off speed there for strike 2 early here on Grady Manuel. Grady Manuel sporting number 4 today from Floresville, Texas, and is a player at St. Olaf College up there in the great state of Minnesota. The 0-2 on its way. Misses low. Good block there behind the dish. Count goes to 1-2. Grady Manuel, one of those guys that didn't necessarily get playing time that he was looking for. He was in the National Honor Society and played 3 years of tennis in high school. 1-2. Misses. Almost hit him. Able to keep it in front again to limit the damage, but the count evens at 2-2 here on the Outlaws shortstop.
Good stop there by the catcher, Raff, to keep the ball in front of him, make sure neither of the runners advanced.
He has looked pretty good so far, I will say. This inning definitely could have gotten out of hand if he's not locked in back there.
Yeah, counts 2-2. Scoreboard had it wrong, so for a second the umpire called it 3-1.
Love to win the 2s here if you're Grady Manuel. Just find a way on base, try and get a run in here. 2-2 on its way. Swung on, hit hard, caught, and then taps the bag. Is Hogan over there at first base, and the Pioneers are able to get out of the inning. A little bit of bad luck there. We saw that a little bit in that second game. See it again here early. Pioneers lead 1-0. We're heading to the third here on the Front Range League Network. Welcome back here to the Front Range League Network. You are watching Outlaws Baseball. I am Bob Parsons. I'm joined by Lucas Macklin. Pioneers lead here early here in the top of the third inning, 1-0. Outlaws could not get that run across. A little bit of an unlucky double play to end that inning.
And not only that, just a fantastic play by Jack Hogan. Had a couple opportunities over at first, weren't able to make those tough plays, but that one was a fantastic diving play. That makes up for any potential mistake you might call on him. Fantastic play. Saves the lead, and now the offense, you really want to hopefully this bottom of the lineup can set up the top of the lineup, get some more runs here for your pitcher, who's pitched really well so far.
Yeah, and Tommy Quintana's coming out that 1-2-3 inning. Last inning, retired hitters 5, 6, and 7 in order. You'd love to see him kind of get into a groove here in his third inning of work with the limited bullpen that is the Outlaws pitching staff.
Yeah, so far 33 pitches through 2 innings. We'll see how long they want him to go.
Into the box is the catcher, Raff, to face Quintana to lead off. The pitch swung on, hit right back to him. He's got it. What a snag there by Quintana. Flips it over to first for the first out here in the top of the third inning. That was a nice little play there.
You got to love that if you're the Outlaws. You get a first pitch out. You want as many first pitch outs as you can get. Try to save those arms.
Yeah, Quintana didn't necessarily do that with the first 2 batters of that inning, going down 2-0, but great start to the inning right there. No complaints. And great awareness there to field your position as well. Pitchers don't always do that. The 0-0 on its way. Misses to the DH, Dax Patton. Would love to see Quintana get 2 quick outs here before facing the top of the order for the second time. The 1-0. Misses again, low and away.
Yeah, and limited time for Patton with the Saracoso Junior College Coyotes. Played in 23 games with /338, 378, 456. Had 6 doubles and a triple while playing with him.
2-0 outs away from Quintana. Lands the off-speed for misses the off-speed. Not sure where he missed on that one. I'm assuming high, but looked like a pretty good pitch to me. That is going to be ball 3.
Yeah, that one might have just stayed just a bit high, but it was a really good pitch.
Misses again high there, and we have a 1-out walk to put up the top of the order here for the Pioneers in Austin Feldman.
And you'll love to see that from the bottom of your lineup. Be patient, take those pitches. Even that third pitch, even if it was a strike, you're not doing anything with it. So good takes there from Patton. Now you set up the top of your lineup who were able to get to him in that first inning.
Yeah, you'd love to see get another double play ball here. Obviously, that's not your typical double play what you see in the first inning, but trying to get that soft contact. Tommy Quintana's not really going to blow anything by you, but just try and get soft contact. That's where he's going to be successful. The 0-0 on its way to Feldman. Lands for strike 1.
So it's cool. It's good to see from Quintana. He's not afraid to pitch backwards a little bit. Start with those off speeds.
There we go. Hit high in the air over there to left field. Onnested seems like he's under it. Just there in foul territory for the second out of the inning. Quintana hopefully can work around that leadoff walk here with 2 outs now.
Brings in Linsmeyer, who doubled off of him last time, and they didn't send Feldman last time he doubled, but we'll see if they do. If he can do something similar, if they'll send Pat and how aggressive they'll be on the base paths.
Quintana checks over there at first base. He's not been shy to check on that runner over at first for this Pioneers team that does not necessarily has made base running mistakes, but they've gotten thrown out a couple times. Quintana, the pitch, misses low and in there to Linsmeyer.
Say Patton only 2 stolen base attempts in 34 games during his college career, so unlikely we'll see him steal a base, but 2 outs, runner on first, try to get into scoring position. We'll see how aggressive they are.
The 1-0, grounded, out of play to the right side for strike 1 as the count evens here on the Pioneers left fielder. They're definitely shifting him a little bit. Second baseman really playing heavily in that 4-hole with Riley holding the runner on at first. The 1-1 on its way. Lands for strike 2 on that low and inside corner.
Again, Quintana doing a good job, not really seeing many pitches stay in the middle of the zone so far today.
Yeah, you got to imagine that's kind of his goal. While he's not throwing very hard, just landing those pitches. And that ball is going to get by the catcher, Turk, and get to the backstop there. A little bit of a wild pitch there from Quintana. Puts a runner in scoring position here with 2 outs and the 2-hitter up with a 2-2 count here in the top of the 3rd inning.
And that's a mistake you can't have there. Now all of a sudden, a runner in scoring position, hits the outfield grass. It's almost certainly going to be a run scored.
Love to see Quintana get out of this jam here. The 2-2. Swung on, hits a left field. Onnested ranging back. He's got it. He's been busy today. We're heading to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Quintana works around that 1-out walk, and we are heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Outlaws trailing 1-0 here against the Pioneers. You are watching the Front Range League Network.
All right, fans, it's time to pick our Smile of the Game, sponsored by Gering Family Dental. Valerie, take it away.
Let's see everyone's best smile so we can pick a smile of the game. Let me see all smiles. Looks like we have a winner. Outlaws is winning this get back, sponsored by Gering Family Dental. Back to you, Bill.
All right, thank you, Valerie, and thank you to Gering Family Dental, the official dental care provider for the Outlaws, for sponsoring the Smile of the Game, and congratulations to our winner. Fans, go see Gering Family Dental at 270 Saint Street for all of your dental needs.
All right, folks, we are back here on Front Range League Network. You are watching Outlaws Baseball. They trail the Pioneers here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, 1-0. Castellanos on for his 3rd inning of work, escaping a little bit of trouble there last inning.
It was an interesting inning there. A couple of really good plays defensively, but a couple of errant throws, runners on the corners, but a great defensive play there by Hogan to end the inning. And now it's now time for him to lock back in and keep pitching well. So far, only 21 pitches so far through the first 2.
Leading off here for the Outlaws is going to be the catcher, Zach Turk. You'd love to see the Outlaws do something similar to what the Pioneers did last inning. The 0-0 misses up and in on Turk. Turk has still not collected his first hit here for the Outlaws, although he walked 3 times in that last game. The 0-1-0 misses again. Count runs to 2-0 here on Zach Turk. The wind, the 2-0. Misses again, 3-0. This is not the start of the inning you want to see if you're facing hitters 8 and 9.
Yeah, now you just got to try to work your way back in, but you also don't want to just leave anything over the heart of the plate, let him do damage. So it'll be interesting to see how he attacks him here.
The wind, the 3-0. Misses behind him. He stares the pitcher down there on the 3-0. Don't imagine there's anything behind that. Don't really want to walk the leadoff batter here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Turk's still a little bit unhappy about the fastball behind his back there.
Now for Castellanos, just got to rebound here. Pitch from the stretch. Did well last inning pitching from the stretch. See if he can do it again here.
And another first start here. We have Bennett Cherry from Peachtree, Georgia, digging in the right-hander's batter's box. The 0-0 misses again. That is 5 straight balls here from Castellanos. Bennett Cherry is a freshman from Reinhardt College. One of those guys didn't get a ton of playing time, so looking to make an impact here. Castellanos from the stretch. The 1-0 misses in again. It is now 2-0 and 6 straight balls here in his 3rd inning of work.
Here comes Coach Blake Wilson. You mentioned 6 straight pitches missed to start the inning. You got to go out there and talk to your guy.
Yeah, and again, one of those things we talked about in that first game, kind of trying to learn your pitcher. What does he need to hear in this scenario? I mean, if I'm a catcher, I'm just telling him, hey, hit my glove, bottom of the order here, find not a barrel, but find possibly a ground ball like he's done so far. See what he can do here. Bennett Cherry had a pinch hit at bat in the last game. However, he did punch out. So looking for that first Outlaws hit and looking to make an impact here. As he digs in here to the right-hander's batter's box. The set, the 2-0. Lands for a strike, so whatever Coach Wilson said clearly worked.
Just a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a clearing of the mind, and did a good job finding the zone there.
Can't imagine you're going to swing there with 6 straight balls to start an inning, though. The 2-1 lands again to even the count. Cherry did not like that one on the outer half of the plate. Count is now 2-2 on the 9-hitter here for the Outlaws. Runner on first is Zach Turk, the catcher. Looking to turn over this lineup. Cherry calls time. Try and get a little bit of reset here. As after a 2-0 count, it is now even at 2-2. Just trying to find a way on here at the bottom of the order, which both 9-hitters have able to do so far in both games here for the Outlaws. The 2-2 swung on. Little dribbler in front of the plate. Throw on to first is in time, but able to move that runner over to second base with just now 1 out in the inning.
Great leadership there from Raff, making sure he knew this young pitcher, he was going to get the ball, didn't have any miscommunications. He picked it up, made a strong throw to first, get the out you can get, and now you got a couple more outs to get here at the top of the lineup where he did so well to start the game.
I will say a threatening top of the lineup. I'm obviously biased being the Outlaws broadcaster, but I believe it is one of the best 1 through 4, 1 through 5 here in this small front range league. Here is Isaiah Murillo playing center field today. The 0-0 misses away. Murillo grounded back to the pitcher, Castellanos, in the first inning.
We'll see how this lineup readjusts their second time through facing Castellanos.
Murillo, the Gering native, playing at Peru State. The 1-0. Misses in there to Murillo. The count is now 2-0. Having a little bit of command issues here in this third inning.
Yeah, 2 pitches so far to Murillo. They were close to the zone, just not able to find it.
The 2-0. This is again up and in on Murillo. Murillo, not a big figure in the box, although he has shown good defense, good strike zone, knowing the strike zone well. He's just 5'6", 160, a freshman out of out of Peru State, pardon me. The 3-0 misses in, and we have the second walk of the inning as Murillo gets on for the class of 2026 grad Grayson Matlock.
Yeah, that's really what you wanted to avoid if you are the Pioneers. Obviously dealt with a lot of walk issues in game 1. You want to avoid that here in game 2, a couple of walks, but you're still in a spot. Get a ground ball, you can get out of the inning. If you can just get a couple of outs here, you can still get out of this inning with the lead, but you can't let those walks hurt you here, and you cannot let it continue to escalate.
The 0 to Matlock. Misses away again. That is now another 5 straight balls from Castellanos. You're seeing a little bit of action down there in that Pioneers bullpen. The 1-0 on its way. Swung on a miss on the off speed. Count evens to 1-1 here on the young DH.
Did a good job taking a little bit off there. Matlock was way out in front. He was probably expecting fastball, just didn't get it.
Yeah, you got to imagine thinking fastball there. Swings through another pitch there, gets ahead 1-2 if you're Castellanos.
It's really good to see Castellanos bounce back after that walk. Pounding the zone here. opportunity to get a big out number 2.
Love to see another backside triple here if you're Grayson Matlock. The 1-2 swung on and fouled out of play to the left side. And we'll do it again.
And Matlock showed he's not going to be an easy out ever when he's at the plate.
Yeah, had a really good debut start there behind the plate. Grunfelder really liked what he showed behind the plate and with the stick. The 1-2 on its way. Misses low and away on the lefty Matlock for 2-2.
He's trying to hit that slider, getting the back door on lefties, front door on righties, and he's not far off. He's just not able to quite get it into the zone so far in this start.
You don't want to leave something too far over the plate here for this young hitter that has already showed some extra pace power. The 2-2 on its way. Swung on, popped up, left side, foul territory. Nobody's going to get there, and we'll do the 2-2 again. You'd love to see him knock in a run here. Get his first Outlaws RBI. Scored twice, however, in that previous game on that Wednesday evening against the Wranglers. Stretch, the 2-2. Misses low and in, and we are full here on the 2-hitter for the Outlaws, looking to load the bases and do some damage here, trailing 1-0. Runners on first and second here for the Outlaws. Matlock at the plate with a full count. The payoff. Misses low and away, and we have the bases juiced for a guy that has already put one out of the yard with the bases juiced. It's Seth Onnested.
It's just 3 walks to load the bases, eerily similar to what we saw on Tuesday night. But now he's going to have a chance to pitch from the windup again and see if he can try to get a big out. Again, at this point, you just want to, if obviously it'd be ideal if you can get a double play here, maintain the lead. But if you're Castellanos on the mound, your main goal is just making sure this does not get out of hand.
Onnested has done a good job using Grunfelder's strategy of attacking pitches early. Here's the 0-0. Swung on and missed. He is trying to attack early. And he misses at that first pitch to go down 0-1. Would love to see another one go over that right center fence out there for a grand slam and really take control of this game.
Castellanos has had a lot of 2-strike counts so far in this game, but hasn't had a strikeout. Trying to find that put-away pitch.
Grounded into foul territory, and Onnested is down early, hoping to recreate some of that first game magic as he was our player in the game for the Outlaws.
And right here, another opportunity. You've got 2 strikes. You've got 3 balls to work with. Got to try to find a way to get an out here. Try to find his put-away pitch.
From the stretch here, Castellanos, the 0-2. Swung on and missed on a pitch out of the zone. In the dirt. Onnested upset with himself, walking back to the dugout. But here comes another guy with a home run already on the season, Jack Riley.
And that is a nasty slider, low and away. Just, again, one of those that just falls off the plate. Onnested was trying to be aggressive there, and Castellanos was able to take advantage of it.
We've seen them needing some clutch AB so far. Would love to see Riley show up here, possibly show some of that pop too. The 0-0. Hits him, and that's going to score a run here for the Outlaws, and we have a tie game. And here comes the big lefty, Lee Jones, looking to do some damage.
Tried to just start off with that off-speed pitch to get out in front, but just lost it and hit him, and that's a rough way to allow that first run to score.
Lee Jones hailing from Toronto, Canada. Currently in the transfer portal. Heading to Southwestern Illinois, however, this coming spring. Standing at a powering 6'5", 225. From the stretch again is Castellanos. The pitch. Swung on. Hits second base. Throw onto first is in time. Gets out of the inning with just 1 run, but we are tied now 1-1. Outlaws Pioneers. You are watching Outlaws Baseball here on the Front Range League Network.
score now at the end of every complete inning, tied 1-1.
We are back, folks, here on the Front Range League Network. I'm Bob Parsons. I'm joined by Lucas Macklin. It is tied now as the Outlaws are able to strike on that RBI hit by pitch by Jack Riley. A little bit of control issues there from Castellanos in the last inning, but able to limit the damage. It looked like it could have gotten a lot worse there.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where you just got to be able to find the zone. It's kind of one of the things he talked about. He'd been really good the first 2 innings, but that inning just lost it. No hits in that inning, 4 free passes, allowed a run to score. And we'll see what they do in the 4th inning, but you would love for the Pioneers to retake the lead. You've got the heart of the lineup up. You've got some big hitters coming up. Love to do some damage here. Second time through against Quintana. The last 2 innings, he's given up just 1 base runner. He's really locked in so far.
Yeah, and if you're the Outlaws, that's what you love to see. As we talked about throughout this game, a little bit limited on pitching, some guys coming in later, but it should be a little bit interesting in these 14 innings how they're going to cover it. But if you can get 4 or 5 innings out of Quintana here, that would be huge. But in steps the powering presence of Jack Hogan here for the Pioneers to lead off this inning.
Made good contact his last time, fly out to left. Was almost deep enough to score that run, but a great play by Onnested cut the runner down.
The 0-1 misses low and away. We are here in the top of the 4th inning. Quintana in his 4th inning of work, just allowing 1 run. It's a 1-1 ball game here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. The 1-0. Misses again, low and away with the off speed there.
Hogan, not a guy who's afraid of taking his walks, but he loves to hit the ball, and if you leave one over the heart of the plate, he will make you pay.
Quintana has done a good job of kind of limiting those mistakes over the plate, so we'll see what he can do here in the 4th inning through this heart of the order. The 2-0. Lands the off speed there. The count is now 1-2, 2-1.
That's a fantastic pitch. You knew he was looking for a pitch to hit, and that one just found the outside corner.
Gotta imagine a lot of off speed here. Takes that fastball foul. Count is now going to be even at 2-2. Quintana's done a really good job of just keeping them just off balance, off timing enough. Obviously, we've talked about he doesn't have that overpowering stuff, but he's been able to live around the zone, not in the zone as much, and that's what's made him successful so far.
His goals get weak contact and hasn't had too much hard contact so far.
Swung on a miss on that nasty slider, and he takes down one of the most prolific hitters in this Pioneers lineup so far. Great pitch there by Quintana to get the first out. And in steps Tawara, the Pioneers right fielder here in the left-handed batter's box. Quintana from the stretch. The 0-0 fires. Swung on, grounded over to shortstop with Manuel. Throw on to first, not in time, cannot get the speedy Tawara. And that is going to be the first base runner of this inning for Quintana.
And you love to see that effort out of Tawara. It was softly hit. It was going to need to be a quick play from Manuel. And Tawara made him pay as he took just a little bit too much time. Now you get a base runner here. Like I said, he's got some speed. He just showed it. See what they want to do here with Abram coming up.
Abram digs into the right-handed batter's box. If you're Quintana, you'd love to get a double play and get out of this inning. The 0-0. Lands that pitch for strike one. Again, the first pitch strikes, that's how you are successful and that's how you are efficient as a pitcher. And efficiency is really what they need today from the Outlaws. Quintana checks over on Tawara at first. No dive back from him. The 0-1 on its way. A little bit of a deke there from Tawara, who just legged on an infield single. Pitch misses low for ball one. Kinana checking over at Tawara. The pitch misses low for ball two.
It's not a big lead there by Tawara over at first, so doesn't look like he's in stolen base mode at the very least.
Quintana has one out in this inning. Would love to get a quick two here. The 2-1. Swung on. Popped up here in the infield. Manuel's under it. Makes the play for out number 2. And you love to see that soft contact, keeping things in the infield, keeping things manageable for your fielders.
Yeah, and Abram just a little bit out in front of that and got it off the end of the bat. Again, just another batter that's off stride and not able to get strong enough contact to do some damage with it.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Quintana. Mixing those pitches a lot. Been really slider heavy. Not throwing the fastball a whole lot, but when he is, he's been successful with it so far. The 0-0 here on Horner. Misses with that slider low and away for ball one. Here with 2 outs and Tawara standing on first base after that infield single.
Yeah, last time up for Horner. Hit the ball well, but C.J. King over at third base made a great play to his left to gun him down.
Quintana checks over on Tawara again at first base. The 1-0. Just misses low and away for ball two here on Horner. Playing center field today for the Pioneers. Love to see him battle back in this count and end this inning. The 2-0. Runner goes. Throw down to second is not going to be in time. And once again, the Pioneers are threatening with a runner on scoring position after that stolen base by Tawara. Did get a strike there on Horner, however, and the count is now 2-1 for Quintana.
Second straight inning, you've got a runner in scoring position with 2 away.
Popped up here in the infield. Quintana takes off his hat. He calls it. Here comes Jones. Riley coming over to call him off and catches it. And Quintana able to work around base runners again. And another scoreless inning from Quintana. We are heading to the bottom of the fourth. You are watching the Front Range League Network. Pioneers and Outlaws are tied here.
Fans, the Outlaws are back in action Wednesday night as they host the Western Nebraska Pioneers. First pitch scheduled for 6:35. Fans, don't forget it's Kids Eat Free Saturday. All kids 12 and under with a ticket get a Kids hot dog.
Welcome back in, folks. Here we are in the bottom of the fourth inning. If you have someone to honor here in the Western Nebraska community, make sure to go to the Front Range League website and honor them for our Seats of Honor here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. If they come, they get in free and they eat free. Everybody loves free stuff, and if you know somebody that's impacting your community in a positive way, whether that's a teacher, a firefighter, somebody who served, make sure to nominate them at the Front Range League website.
That's a great opportunity. And like I said, it's always great to have a chance to pay back the community for those that give so much to the community.
Here we are leading off the bottom of the fourth inning. Here is going to be C.J. King, who reached on an error but was eliminated in that unlucky double play there in the second inning. The pitch swung through for strike one.
Good to see Castellanos come back out and immediately get a strike. Struggled that last inning with some walks and walked in a run, but good to jump out in front of the first batter he sees in this inning.
The one lands. Outlaws dugout unhappy with that one as King falls behind 0-2.
Once again, we'll see if he can find that put-away pitch here.
The wind. The 0-2 on its way. Misses outside for ball one.
Not a bad pitch there, just missing outside.
Would love to see what the young kid can do here in his Outlaws starting debut. The 0-2 misses again on the outer half of the plate. Counting it's at 2-2.
It's really just been the same spot the last three pitches. Not able to get the call, not able to get the swing either.
King hailing from Clovis. See what he does here on the 2-2. Swung on, grounded softly to second base. This is going to be a tough play. Castellanos fields, flips to first. It's in time for out number one.
You mentioned that was anything but an easy play. You kind of feel like the runner's running down. You can see him in your sight when you're picking up the ball. But good job by Castellanos. He's done that a few times today where he's been calm on the mound defensively. He's made good defensive plays, and another one there gets started the right way in this inning.
Digging into the right-handed batter's box here is Grady Manuel playing shortstop today for the Outlaws. Another one of those first starts here for the Outlaws, hailing from Floresville, Texas. The pitch swung on, hit hard to third base, fielded. Throw on to first is going to be in time with the scoop over there with Hogan.
It's a great play, reaction play by Abram to get that, to initially field the ball. But again, just a little bit low on the throw. Good scoop by Hogan over there at first. He's showing some pretty good ability there defensively today. But a big out number two.
In comes Zach Turk, the catcher from Murrieta, California, there in the Los Angeles area, going to Coalinga College. The 0-0 on its way. Misses up and out of the zone. Turk has been unhappy the way they've attacked him so far. A lot of inside pitches from Castellanos.
So Castellanos likes to work inside of these hitters, make them feel just a little bit uncomfortable in that batter's box.
The 1-0. Oh, inside again, and Turk is unhappy with that. Obviously, as a former catcher, you never like to get hit. You're getting enough bunts of bruises behind the plate already. He's a little bit unhappy how he's been attacked so far on the inner half of the plate. They threw behind him on his fourth pitch of his walk. The 2-0. Up and out of the zone for ball three. Turk looking to get on to bring up the 9-hitter Bennett Cherry. Hoping to turn that order over again.
The big thing for Castellanos is when he's able to locate that fastball, he's tough to hit, but just every once in a while his fastball is not able to find the zone.
3-0 up and in for ball four. And Turk will walk over to first base again. That one was up and in.
Turk is yet to see a strike in this game.
That is, I believe, his fifth walk of the season so far. Still yet to get a hit, and the Pioneers are going to the pen. We're going to head to a break here real quick on the Front Range League Network. When we get back, the Pioneers will have a new pitcher with a runner on first base for the 9-hitter Bennett Cherry. You're watching the Front Range League Network and Outlaws Baseball. back here, folks. On the pitch for the Pioneers is going to be Harrison Haquan from Omaha, Nebraska, standing at 6 foot 180. He's going to be throwing from the right side today, wearing number 24. Hoping to probably get some length out of Haquan today.
And talk about a kid that really excelled this season. 9 appearances for Concordia U. He pitched to a 4.34 ERA in 18 2/3 innings. And what really stood out, 32 strikeouts, 3 walks. That is an incredible strikeout-to-walk ratio, and especially for a team that has struggled with walks this season so far, this is the kind of pitcher you would love to see work, obviously 2 innings a game if you can, potentially even get a start opportunity where he had one. He actually started the GPAC championship game for Concordia U.
And if you're Bennett Cherry, you're hoping to find a pitch in the zone. Then, if you're knowing that you're probably not going to get a walk here to turn that lineup over, but you are finding any way possible to turn that lineup over for Murillo on deck. The 0-0 swung on and missed. See what Bennett Cherry can do here. Not a lot of leeway at his college, but looking to make an impact here. The stretch. The 0-1 lands for strike 2 here on Bennett Cherry. Turk looking to score here over on first base. Runner on first, 2 outs here for the Pioneers. Bennett Cherry, the second baseman, up to the plate here in a tie game here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Fires on the 0-2. Lands down the middle for strike 3. Struck him out there on 3 pitches. We are heading to the 5th inning here on Front Range League Network. You are watching Outlaws Baseball. We are still tied 1-1. Welcome back, folks, to the Front Range League Network. We have a pitching change move for the Outlaws. Alex Schlosser is going to come in, play third base on Wednesday night. Not a ton of pitching experience over at Marshalltown CC, but he does have a little bit of it. Gotta imagine he does have more than just a fastball here.
He did pitch a couple innings for them. Did give up a home run, 3 runs in those 2 1/3, so his goal, get an inning or 2 for this team, and it's a tie game. If he can keep this game tied, that is all this team all the Outlaws wants right now.
Yes, but a very productive 4 innings from Quintana here. We are in the top of the 5th inning. Alex Schlosser did play a great third base and did have a can of an arm over there. That's about all my scouting on his limited amount of pitching. But he's going to be facing 7, 8, and 9 here for the Pioneers. Quintana went 4 innings, 1 earned run, just 2 hits and 2 walks. Very efficient from Tommy Quintana in his second appearance. The wind, the 0-0, misses low from Schlosser.
Schlosser, during his senior year of high school, pitched in 4 games pitched in 5 innings, but did not give up an earned run during his senior season.
Looking at those scores in those games, a little bit of a blowout, so definitely one of those position arms that can pitch, but not often, as he lands that first strike of the AB here on Macarini. Looking to bunt, throws the off speed, and it does not pull back, and also looks like that one landed in the zone to put the count at 1-2. So he showed the fastball, he's shown the loopy curveball now. The 1-2. Swung on, I missed on that curveball. That was a good one there from Alex Schlosser. And first AB, first punch out there for the supposed infielder.
It's a really good at bat as far as pitching goes. Pulled the string on him. It's a really slow curveball, but did a good job getting Macarini out in front. Gets that big first out.
And in steps Raff. The first pitch to Raff misses low and away for ball 1. The 1-0 misses low again on Raff. Count is now 1-2. You'd love just good, efficient ABs just like that last one from Alex Schlosser. Like we said, you want to try and get innings. The 2-0 lands that curveball for strike 1. And that's going to be trouble for those Pioneers hitters if he can land both the fastball and the curveball for a strike. The 2-1 misses low with the curveball for ball 3. It's now 3-1 on the Pioneers catcher.
So this bottom of the lineup, chance to really set up the top here. With Raff here and then Patton, who walked his first time up.
The 3-1 lands at the bottom of the zone on Raff, and the count is now full.
Very different at bat here from Raff. He grounded out his on the first pitch he saw last time, and now he's on a full count.
The payoff just misses up and away for ball 4. So the Pioneers will have a base runner here with 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning.
That was a tough pitch to take. It just missed top corner. But a good at bat there from Raff, and now you got Patton up, who walked his last time up at the top of the lineup looming.
If you're Schlosser, you'd love to get a ground ball here, get out of this inning, get another efficient inning from Outlaws pitching. The 0-0. There it is. There's that ground ball. Flip over to first. They're just going to get the 1, but good to get the lead runner always. So that's going to be a fielder's choice for Patton there, as he will stand on first base, but they eliminate Raff off the base pass there as the flip from Manuel to King.
Yeah, that one just died in the infield. It felt like it was going to be a little bit harder hit off the bat, but like I said, died in the infield. You would love for the shortstop Manuel to maybe charge that a little bit more, but the way it was hit, no chance to get to.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times today. A little bit patient over there at shortstop. I don't blame him after seeing kind of the bounces that we've seen at times from this Oregon Trail Park Stadium infield. First pitch to Feldman, hit to center field. Murillo moving back. He's got it. Nice little catch there, moving back there. Dead center from Feldman. Game stays tied. Good, efficient first inning from Alex Schlosser. He's able to work around that 1-out walk. We are heading to the bottom of the 5th inning. Game is tied 1-1. Outlaws Pioneers here on the Front Range League Network. We are back here on the Front Range League Network. I am Bob Parsons. I am joined by Lucas Macklin. We are here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and it has been a different affair than we've seen in the Front Range League so far. Just 1-1 so far here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Outlaws looking to change that here with the top of their order up here in Isaiah Maria, who just made that great grab out there and that hard hit ball in center field.
Yeah, so far the pitching stood up strong, and you got a really good reliever on the mound who struck out the only batter he's seen so far today.
The 0-0. Swung on, hit hard. That's going to get down for the second base hit of the game here. Isaiah Murillo's being the leadoff hitter that he is. Nice little opposite field single there into right field to start off this bottom of the 5th inning.
And that's why you're going to have to be able to beat Haquam, is to be aggressive, get those hits. He's not going to walk you. He's not a guy who misses the zone a ton. Good job there by the leadoff hitter Murillo to be aggressive, get that first single. Now you get a chance to do some damage here, try to take the lead in the 5th inning.
In steps the switch-hitting catcher, Grayson Matlock, hitting lefty. He takes strike 1 on the outer half of the plate. Matlock here in his 3rd AB. Ground is 0 for 1 with a walk. Looking to do some damage here just like he did in that first game. Murillo leading off first. The 0-1. Lands low and in for strike 2. Good pitch there by Haquam. The 0-2 misses in. And it's starting to get a little windy here in Gering, Nebraska. See how that impacts play here. We're supposed to get some rain around 5 o'clock. Let's hope that skirts away here. The 1-2. Misses low and away for ball 2 here on the young DH. Love to win the 2-2 here for Grayson Matlock. Set. The pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. And in comes the left fielder, Seth Onnested, who is 0 for 2 so far today. Looking to do some damage here, though, against Haquam. Murillo standing on first base. You wonder, been aggressive so far. They weren't as successful in their aggressiveness last game, but you wonder if they're going to go back to that here. The pitch to Onnested. Swung on, hit to right field, right at the right fielder. Seth Onnested's bad luck continues here. A little bit of a line out there right to the right fielder.
That one was hit pretty well, but as you mentioned, right to Tawara out and right. Didn't have to move too much for it, but a good read off the bat either way. Big out number 2, runner still standing at first base.
And in comes the powerful bat in Jack Riley. Wonder what he's going to do with the strike-heavy Haquam here. The 0-0 on its way. Swung on, hit hard to the right side, but out of play for strike 1. Attacking early, not very surprising, as we have seen a lot of strikes here from Haquam.
That's some really big wind gusts going from left to right now.
Gotta imagine if he puts one in the air here, it's going to be a little bit difficult on those Pioneers outfielders. The 0-1. Swung on, fouled out of play again to the right side.
And if the ball's hit out to right field, that wind's really going to carry it.
Can't imagine the righty Riley's necessarily thinking that way, but you never know with the 2-strike approach. Murillo stands over there on first base, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, tie game. The 0-2 to Riley. Swung on, hit well, out of play again to right field. But yeah, that wind is just going right now. See how this Pioneers defense can react to that, to a power bat in Jack Riley. Hit a home run in the last game. The 0-2. Swung on, popped up, possibly playable, out of play. And we'll do the 0-2 once again.
That would have been close, but the wind made sure it was not going to be playable at all.
Yes, we'll see how that is impacted. See if he took one out to center last time. See how that blows if he takes a similar approach going right back up the middle. Riley is 1 for 1 today with the RBI hit by pitch and that single back in the second inning. Go to, runner goes, swung on and missed for strike 3 on that curveball. We are heading to the 6th inning here in the first game of this doubleheader. Tie ball game still, 1-1 apiece. Pioneers Outlaws, you are watching the Front Range League Network. We are back here in the top of the 6th inning. Alex Schlosser on for his 2nd inning of work. He was able to work around a 1-out walk as the wind continues to blow here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. I'm Bob Parsons. I'm joined by Lucas Macklin. Schlosser is going to have to face 2, 3, 4 here for the Pioneers. We'll see how he does it.
So far, both the hits came from the corner infielders, Linsmeyer and Tawara, who's going to face in this inning.
Swung on, hit well to right field. Moving back is Lee Jones. He's not going to get to it. He's raising up his hands. It's going to be a ground rule double there. Lead off from Tawara.
Tough to see where that ball ended up. The home plate umpire immediately threw his arms up, calling the ball dead. And Lee Jones out of right did not hesitate. Once that ball landed, he threw his arms up, and they're going to call it a double. So Linsmeyer will stand off at second to start off this inning.
And in steps the power bat in Jack Hogan. See how Schlosser handles the leadoff double here.
We talk about the wind left to right. That wind definitely helped it. He was just missed being a home run.
The 0 to Hogan. Misses low. Good block there. Back there by Turk. Count is 1-0. Looks him back at second. The 1-0. Swung on. Hit well out to center. And that is going to go. 2-run home run there by the 3-hitter Jack Hogan, and it is a 3-1 game. Pioneers now lead.
And it felt like only a matter of time until Hogan got into one. That one left middle. He took it dead center. That's 385 down middle, and it easily cleared that fence out there. 42 home runs in college. Now he's got his first one here in the Front Range League, and it's a big one as it puts the Pioneers up 3-1 just with 2 innings left to go in this game.
And that's what we talked about, Tommy Quintana being successful, staying out of the middle of the zone and creating that soft contact. Schlosser unable to do that there. The 0-0 misses in to Tawara. It'll be interesting to see how he responds to it. First 2 runners reaching, obviously the Jack Hogan 2-run home run right there.
It doesn't get any easier with Tawara up the plate.
Tawara grounds to first, fielded by Riley. He will just step on first base for out number 1 here in this 6th inning. In steps Abram, who's 0 for 2 so far, playing third base for the Pioneers today. The 0-0 lands on the outer half of the plate for strike one. The wind, the 0-1. Just misses low and away for ball one, and the count evens at 1-1 here on Ben Abram. Misses again, count runs to 2-1 here on the 5-hitter for the Pioneers.
And you would love to add on some more runs if you're the Pioneers.
Misses low there. It is now 3-1 on Abram.
Slosser right now is working really quick. Trying to work his way back in quickly, but a couple of pitches just missed pretty badly.
Takes a little break there. The wind, the 3-1. Swung on, hit well to right field. Jones ranging over. He will not make the grab. That's going to get up against the wall. Abram will stop at second with a stand-up double here with one out in the 6th inning.
The Pioneers playing that wind really well. They're hitting it out to right, and Jones just tried to range over, just couldn't get to it, just over that tall 6'5" frame. Did good to get it back in to keep Abram at second, but again, Pioneers threatening here in the 6th.
Another runner in scoring position for the Pioneers. Would love to see Alex Schlosser get out of this jam here with the veteran Eli Horner coming up to the plate. Out of the stretch. The 0-0 to Horner. Misses low. Good block there by Turk. Again, those first pitch strikes, that's where you're going to get your success as a pitcher. And here comes Coach AC, the pitching coach, talking to the limited experienced pitcher. So probably not used to this experience. Like I said, played third base in the last game. Played a good third base last game. Hit well as well. I believe he had an RBI double in that game, in that high-scoring affair. Hoping to get him out of this inning, get some efficient outs, limiting the damage here to those 2 runs that came in on that Jack Hogan home run.
Hey, there's no one warming up in the bullpen right now. They really want him to be able to get some big outs for them here.
Yes, they want to try and limit the damage here. Sounds like Carter Reisig, so pitched that first game, hoping to get him in the start for that second game. Lands a pitch there. Count will go to 1-1. But yeah, those limited pitchers needing those guys to come in from wherever they're at. The 1-1. Misses just away for ball 2. The count is 2-1 here on Eli Horner, the Pioneer center fielder. Stretch, the 2-1 on its way. Misses low and away again. It is ball 3. That wind is whipping out there. Center field camera having a little bit of trouble right now. 3-1 on its way. Just misses for ball 4. Runners on first and second now for the Pioneers here in the top of the 6th inning. Alex Schlosser looking to limit the damage here. 2 already in for the Pioneers. It is a 3-1 ball game. Here with just 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. The 0-0 misses low and away to Macarini.
He's really got to try to find a way to find that zone. Last 3 at-bats, he was 3-1 count when Abram ripped it out to right for a double. The 3-1 count when he walked Horner. Now he starts behind Macarini. He's got to find his way back into the zone.
The 0-1 does land there on Macarini. Count evens at 1-1. The stretch, the 1-1 here. Just misses low and away with that off speed. To the Pioneers shortstop today.
Pioneers up 2 here. You got 2 runners on. Obviously, you've got the lead couple innings, and Hayquam's been pitching well, but you would love to add some more insurance just to be safe.
Yeah, this Outlaws offense has been potent to put up big crooked numbers so far. Misses low. Great block there by Turk. Abram thought about taking off there, decided against it as the count runs to 3-1 here on Macarini. Runners on first and second here. Alex Schlosser in his second inning of work. 3-1. Swung on, grounded, left side, fielded. Throw on to first in time. Great scoop over there by Jack Riley. We were wondering what he was going to do with the glove today. Has done a great job so far.
Yeah, that one wasn't hit super hard, but surprised he didn't try to go to second there. I think he would have had enough time, but hey, you get the big out, you 2 outs. You're just 1 out away either way. Make sure you get the out. That's the huge play.
Now runners on second and third, however, with the catcher Raff up at the plate, who walked his last time up. The 0-0. Just misses outside there.
You do have a base open to work with. He did walk Raff the last time he faced him. We'll see how he attacks him here.
The wind, the 1-0 does land. It is now 1-1. Count evens on the Pioneers catcher. Misses away again. Count is 2-1 here on Raff.
He's really attacking that outside part of the zone. Hasn't gotten Raff to swing yet.
The wind, the 2-1. Now 3-1 as he misses away again. He's moving very quickly. I'd like to see him step off the rubber here. He's up there taking a little bit of a break, taking a little bit of a breather. He is a position player, so not used to it. The 3-1 does land. He's just been living on that outside here to the Pioneers catcher. Count is now full.
That was the 4th straight 3-1 count he's had in this inning.
The 3-2 swung on and missed for strike 3. A big strikeout to limit the damage there, but not before Jack Hogan takes Alex Schlosser deep to center field. It is now 3-1 Pioneers. We'll be back in the bottom of the 6th inning here on the Front Range League Network. You are watching Outlaws Baseball. Welcome back, folks. With just 6 outs left to work with here for Pioneers pitching, they're looking to hold off the Outlaws for their first win of the season. But it's not going to be easy, as this Outlaws offense has scored 24 runs already this season.
Yeah, but you got Hayquam on the mound, who was excellent in college. He's been excellent so far in this appearance. You got Daniel Gomez, the closer, awaiting the 7th inning. Assumedly, he would pitch the 7th inning to close out this 7-inning game. See if Hayquam can get a quick 1-2-3, get those bats back up that were looking really good that last inning.
And Hayquam is going to have to face Jones, King, and Manuel in this inning. Hitters 5, 6, and 7. You'd love to see the bottom of the order try and turn it over to the top of that lineup, or even the big fella at 6'5", get into one here and cut into that lead. In steps Lee Jones here. The lefty bat playing right field today for the Outlaws. The stretch. Lands for a strike 1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Jones hailing from the great country up north in Canada. The stretch, the 1-0. Popped up here in the infield. See if the wind's going to play with it at all. It's going to drop in that Bermuda Triangle in between the shortstop and the center fielder there. A little bit of that miscommunication. Another one of those beginning of the year hiccups that you don't necessarily want to see if you are that Pioneers coaching staff.
Yeah, and you just can't have that. You were mentioning the wind playing with it a little bit, just kind of kept carrying, and shortstop Macarini, the center fielder Horner, neither of them called it. You would love to see Horner try to call it off. He's the guy that typically be that ball that wasn't super far out of the infield.
In steps the Clovis, California native C.J. King. The 0-0. Lands that pitch for strike one.
Obviously, if you're Hayquam on the mound, you can't let that affect you, though. You got to go out there, keep pitching effectively, keep this Outlaws offense at bay.
The 0-1 is fouled off. He is down 0-2 early here. C.J. King from Clovis, California, another one of those Coalinga College kids, another one of those Central Valley, California kids. He's a switch hitter hitting left-handed right now. A freshman, another one of those guys that didn't get a ton of playing time in college this last spring. The 0-2 misses up and out of the zone for ball one. You'd love to see him put together those high pitch count at bats. He's had 5 pitches in each one of his ABs so far. You'd love to see him extend this AB or even get on base here. The stretch. The 1-2 on its way. Swung on and missed on the off speed for strike 3 in the first out of the inning here. Lee Jones would love to turn on his motor and try and score a run here on a base hit in the gap. In steps the shortstop, Grady Manuel.
Next up, shortstop number 4, Grady Manuel.
Stretch the 0 to Manuel. Swung on and missed for strike one. Manuel had that unlucky double play in the first inning. Would love to see him try and sneak that one through that massive 4-hole on the right side. The stretch, the 0-1. Misses high for ball one.
Hayquam right now has these Outlaws hitters guessing big time. They are not able right now to try to time them up.
Catcher Turk standing on deck. 2 walks so far today. The 1-1. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Grady Manuel is now in a hole here. 1 and 2 on Hayquam, who has been very efficient so far for the Pioneers. Outlaws looking to take a little bit of momentum back here in the bottom of the 6th inning with a runner on first. 1 out. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and that is the 2nd out of the inning and the 2nd strikeout of the inning for Hayquam.
That's 5 already in essentially 2 innings for him. He has been doing exactly what he did at college. He's been striking out everyone he sees.
Would love to see the catcher Turk here get his first Outlaw hit, although he has been on base a lot. Being a catcher, good knowledge of the strike zone so far. 5 walks already for the young catcher in his 2 games playing.
Including 2 today and scoring the lone run as well.
The 0-0 on its way to the Outlaws catcher. Misses in yet again. That is how they've been attacking him all day. He scored last time, so you got to imagine. Oh, pardon me. He scored his first time up, so you got to imagine he might be kind of okay getting on base here with another walk. But I know he wants to find a gap here, try and get Lee Jones in, who's standing on first base. Strike there, and the count evens at 1-1 here with 2 outs. Lee Jones with the leadoff single.
And that's the first strike to Turk all day.
Would love to see him win the ones here. Hayquam lands that 1-1 pitch to get ahead 1-2 here on Zach Turk. Turk digs in the right-handed batter's box, calls time. A little bit of action down there in that Outlaws bullpen. Been told it's Connor Stanton or Xander Martinez or Kingston Lee coming out of the pen. A little bit of all hands on deck today for these 14 innings. The 1-2 swung on and fouled off. Broke his bat on that one. It's a little bit unfortunate there here in this wood bat league. You will have that from time to time. There are a bunch of guys up over there in that Outlaws bullpen. Unclear to see who would be possibly coming in that top of the 7th inning, if anyone at all.
Yes, doesn't look like anyone's actually warming up quite yet. So you wonder if Schlosser will have the 7th inning.
But before then, Turk would love to do some damage here with 2 outs, which the Outlaws have done well so far this season. The set. 1-2 on its way. Misses low. It's going to get by the catcher. And Jones is going to get into second base standing up on that wild pitch there. Now a little bit easier to cut into that lead here if you're the Outlaws. Just get a base hit. Jones, long, lanky. Those long legs, probably scoring on a 2-out single here if he can get one into the outfield.
So we haven't really seen this outfield, haven't seen their arms tested quite yet. It'll be interesting to see what they have out there.
Big gap in the middle of that field there for Turk. The 2-2. Swung on and fouled back again. Good fight here from the Outlaws catcher, putting together good at-bats all season. Coach Grunfelder has talked about that, the hitting coach. He's talked about his maturity in that catching room of 2, him and Matlock, and how well he called that first game and just the at-bats, the approach. And that's kind of what happens when they don't score as much as they're getting away from that approach. But Turk has done a good job of staying with that today. The 2-2 swung on and missed for strike 3. And we will head to the 7th here on the Front Range League Network. Pioneers lead the Outlaws 3-1.
No runs, no hits, no errors for the Outlaws at the end of 6. The score, Pios 3 and the Outlaws 1.
Welcome back, folks, here to the 7th inning of this 7-inning doubleheader. Pioneers lead 3-1. On to pitch is Xander Martinez, who finished off that last game for the Outlaws in that high-scoring 9th inning. You'd love to see him adjust and get back to what he's trying to do. I understand that he's mainly a position player, but when your team's down pitchers, it's kind of that next man up mentality, so we'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, and in that first game, he pitched 2/3 of an inning, struck out both batters he got out, but was hit pretty hard, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them being earned. They'll try to do a little bit better here, trying to keep this deficit to just 2 to let that potent offense get a chance in the bottom of the 9th, or 7th.
This 7th inning is sponsored by Coors Light. If you're looking for a refreshing drink this summer, grab a Coors Light. And remember, the mountains are always better when they are blue. In steps to the box Patton, the DH here. Lands the first strike from Xander Martinez. The stretch, the 0-1. Softly hit to the left side, missed over there by Bennett Cherry.
And that's what you cannot have in this inning. You cannot give up any mistakes like that. And that is just a mistake by the second baseman over there. We've seen some tough hops in this infield. That's one it feels like you've got to have.
Yeah, you just got to body that one up. That one's not moving that fast. I know it's not going to be uncomfortable. It's not necessarily the coolest way to field the ground ball, but you have to get that in front and have to get that easy first out that Xander Martinez just gave you.
But now, because of that, now you're setting up the top of the lineup with an extra runner.
Feldman takes the first strike. He is 0 for 2 today with a walk, which he scored on back in the first inning. Martinez, the stretch, the 0-1. Lands on the inner half of the plate for strike 2.
Yeah, Feldman not a fan of that call, but it was a really good front door breaker that just caught the inside corner.
You got to imagine Martinez maybe a little bit more comfortable after getting that first start out of the way. Ball hit high to the right side of the field, might be playable for Lee Jones. He gets it. Not the cleanest catch you'll ever see, but he is able to haul it in with all that wind swirling around right now.
Yeah, catch is a catch, and that's all that matters right now, especially with all that wind.
And that is the first out here for Xander Martinez. And you'd love to see him get another one of those ground balls, get out of this inning.
Especially, you would love to avoid facing Jack Hogan in this inning.
Yes. Xander Martinez will face Linsmeyer, then Hogan, then Tawara. Runner goes, fouled off to the left side.
Linsmeyer, though, he's proved to be a formidable foe. He's 2 for 3 with a couple doubles, including one that just missed being a home run.
I've liked how I've seen Xander Martinez attack the zone right now in this close one. Martinez checks on him at first. Gets back safely. You'd love to leave Jack Hogan for game 2 here. Martinez misses low. Count evens at 1-1. Xander Martinez was recruited by Coach McCoy from his alumni, UW-Platteville. The 1-1 misses low and away. Martinez, another one of those Central Valley, California kids from Modesto, California, recruited by McCoy up to University of Wisconsin-Platteville. The 2-1 hit hard out to right field. Jones not the best read on that one. That's going to get to the wall. The runners will be in scoring position here for Jack Hogan with just 1 out.
Yeah, just a misread by the right fielder out there, Lee Jones. He's been attacked all game long, especially his last couple of innings, and so far he's just not been able to make some of those plays. That one was one where he's just kind of standing still, and all of a sudden the ball just keeps carrying, and part of that is the wind. Obviously the wind's going to carry more than normal, but got to be able to make that play for your team, for your pitcher there. And now he's got to face Hogan. Doesn't have base open. We'll see how they pitch to him here.
Oh, to Hogan. Lands the off speed there on the inner half of the plate.
I love that pitch there from Martinez.
Infield is coming in now to cut it off against Hogan.
Because at this point, with that base open, the last thing you want to do is put anything anywhere near where he can do damage on.
Although there he is now 0-2 after taking both of the first pitches.
A couple of pitches that just nipped the corner. That's exactly what you want to do here.
And you have to try and recreate what Tommy Quintana did earlier in this game, just nibbling on the edge of the zone. Martinez is able to do it so far. The 1-0-2 misses just low. Is now 1-2.
That one just missed, as you said.
Crowd a little bit upset with that one. The home crowd of the Nebraska Outlaws here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. The 1-2 goes a little sidearm there, tries to mess him up with the arm slot, unable to do it, and this count will go to 2-2. I like it. Trying to mess him up a little bit. Do anything you can as a pitcher. Be scrappy like this Outlaws team has been so far.
I know you got 2 strikes, but I'm not throwing a strike the rest of this at bat.
Oh, gets down the line, hit hard down that left field line. Onnested moving in on it. Both runs will score. Hogan moving into second base, sliding in safely. Gets another 2 RBIs. That's his 4th on the game, knocking in both Linsmeyer and Patton.
And he just continues his big game. 2 for 4, a home run, a double, 4 RBIs, and look back at it, the 5th run that scored in the first inning scored when he was at the plate, when it came out on a wild pitch. Pioneers finally able to distance themselves from the Outlaws.
Rain is starting to come down here in Gering, Nebraska. Not as hard as it was the other night, but you gotta imagine that might affect the grip on the ball a little bit. The 1-0 misses, is now 2-0 on the right fielder Tawara. The 2-0 swung on, hit off to the left side, might be playable. And diving is the third baseman, C.J. King, and they're saying he dropped it. It's a foul ball here on Tawara.
And Hogan was over there very adamant that he dropped it, and it kind of looked like, just from King's body language, that he dropped it. Kind of felt like just couldn't get a clean read. The wind pushed it back in towards fair territory, not able to get the catch, and now another life for dangerous Tawara.
Tawara lines that through the left side. Hogan is going to stay put at third base. They will have runners on the corners here with still just 1 out.
And you love to see this from the Pioneers, getting hits. A team that, like I said, lost big in their first game, now responding here in game number 2. And they, again, chance to add some more insurance for that pitcher, who we'll see if they want to stick with Haquam or if they go to their bullpen after this. We'll see, but you'll love to see this from the Pioneers.
Here comes Abram, who again got that double the last time up. 3 straight hits for the Pioneers here in this top of the 7th inning. He misses low with that ball. From Martinez. That's hit well out to left center field. That's going to get off the wall. Here comes Tawara, is going to stay put at third base, but another run comes in from Jack Hogan. Is now 6-1 Pioneers.
Big swing there from Abram, finally getting into the hit column. Actually, second hit of the day, I should say. His second double. This one he pulled, and now we're going to get a meeting.
Here comes Coach McCoy, and that is it for Xander Martinez. Looks like it is going to be unclear who that looks like. That might be Kingston Lee coming out of the pen here. Also played third base in that first game. The Big Island native. Yes, I can confirm that is Kingston Lee, wearing number 17, making his pitching debut for the Outlaws. Kingston Lee out of Skagit Valley Community College, says he is utility. Didn't get a ton of playing time at Skagit Valley. His favorite athlete is Kobe Bryant, so let's see if he can use that Mamba mentality on the mound here. We're going to take a quick break here on the Front Range League Network. We'll be right back. Welcome back in, folks, to the Front Range League Network. I'm Bob Parsons. I'm joined by my partner, Lucas Macklin, and Kingston Lee is out of the pen for the Outlaws, in a little bit of trouble here with runners on second and third here, down 6-1.
And his job right now, limit the damage, try to keep this as close as you can. And at this point, also a little bit saving arms as well, which is why you've seen Martinez and Kingston Lee go.
Rain is coming down here now at Oregon Trail Park Stadium. Infield is playing in, it looks like. Trying to limit the damage here. First pitch from Lee. Lands on the outer half of the plate for strike one.
Horner trying to find his first hit of the season.
The 0-1. Swung on, hit to the right side, but out of play for strike two of the at-bat. Kingston Lee ahead early. Kingston Lee probably going to live in the high 60s, so not going to overpower you with anything. Obviously, he's a position player. High 70s, pardon me. Tries to land the off speed. It is low for 1 and 2. Like I said, did not get a whole lot of runway up there in Washington with Skagit Valley Community College, but he'd love to make a name for himself here in Nebraska. The 1-2 on its way. Swung on and missed on a great curveball from Kingston Lee for strike three in the second out of this top of the 7th or kind of top of the 9th inning.
That's a big out. Chance to get out of this inning. No more damage done. If you can get a ground out, pop out, whatever, just any kind of out.
I really liked what I've seen so far, really attacking the zone. Obviously, it's just the first at-bat, but doing a good job of it. The 0-0. Lands another first pitch strike here on Macarini, the Pioneer shortstop. Kingston Lee gets the call. Set. The 0-1 on its way. Misses in for ball one. Macarini so far today 0 for 3, still seeking that first Front Range League hit. The 1-1 fires. Lands another one of those big 12-6 curveballs from Kingston Lee. He's ahead once again, 1 and 2, looking to get out of this inning, limiting the already hefty damage from this Pioneers offense. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. The 1-2 on its way. Misses low with that curveball. Count evens at 2 and 2. 3 runs already in this inning for the Pioneers. Outlaws would love to keep it at that. Kingston Lee, the set. 2-2 on its way. Just misses on the outer half of the plate. Count will go full here. They do have a base open at first, but they would love not to use it. The payoff pitch. Misses low, and that is ball 4. Bases are now loaded here for the Pioneers catcher. Has to take off his shin guards here. Raff so far today 0 for 2 with a walk back in the 5th inning. Raff digs into that right-hander's batter's box. Has gotten a little bit of moisture, although it seems as the rain has subsided. But dirt maybe going to play a little bit different than it did 30 minutes ago. The 0-0 lands the curveball for strike one. He really likes using that curveball, the get me over curveball for that first pitch. His work so far. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. The 0-1 swung on, hits the third base, fires across the diamond, in time for out number 3, but not before the Pioneers add on 3. It is a 6-1 lead here for the Pioneers over the Outlaws. You're watching Outlaws baseball here on the Front Range Radio Network. We will be back for the bottom of the 7th.
All right, fans, take a look at the stretch and sing along to Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
All right, we are back, folks. Hayquam is on for the bottom of the 7th. He will have to face Bennett Cherry, Isaiah Murillo, and Grayson Matlock. Outlaws need 5 if they want to keep playing, 6 if they want to win right now. Misses in to Cherry for ball 1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. It is a 6-1 game here. Pioneers lead the Outlaws.
I like this plan to keep Hayquam in. He's looked really good. He struck out 6 batters in his 2 2/3.
Swung on. Is that going to get down? It will. Bennett Cherry has his first base hit as an Outlaw. And a good start if you want to score those 5 runs and keep this game going, and he's able to turn that lineup over as well.
So as I was trying to say, try to save some arms for the Pioneers, save Dino Gomez potentially for the 2nd game. This is now the 3rd straight leadoff base hit he's given up, although that hit last time was more of an error, but won't go down as one.
Here comes Murillo stepping into the right-handed batter's box. The 0-0. Swung on, hit well. Right field, that's going to get down as well. Cherry's into second base, and the Outlaws might be in business here in the 7th inning. Back-to-back singles here from Cherry and Murillo. You'd love to see that from the leadoff man, going 2 for 3 so far with a walk.
Murillo now 2 for 2 against Hayquam in particular, and both times attacking the first pitch. He obviously sees something, see if he can hand it off to his team. But first, we're going to have a meeting on the mound.
Gotta imagine this is just trying to calm him down, maybe get a little bit more time for that closer. Warming up down there in the Pioneers bullpen. But yeah, talked to Grunfelder before our supposed game yesterday, and that's kind of what he wanted his hitter's approach to be, is attack those mistakes, attack early in counts, and that's what Murillo's been able to do so far.
We'll see what Coach Wilson has to say to him. Not too long of a meeting, just kind of calm him down, reset him. Obviously, he's looked really good so far in this outing. You've got a 5-run lead to work with, so no reason to panic.
But 2 through 4 here in this lineup is very intimidating with their performances so far. 3 and 4 already been able to put the ball out of the yard. Matlock with a triple yesterday. Sorry, pardon me, Wednesday evening, the last game for the Outlaws. The 0-0 on its way to Matlock. Swung on, grounded to second base softly. Not going to have a play at 2. They will just throw on to first. That's going to move both runners over, but they will have the first out of the inning.
That's a tough one. The ball kind of coincided with the runner right there. You had to wait for the runner to go by so you could pick up the ball. Wasn't really going to have a play there at second. Just get the out. Again, those 2 runs really don't matter in the long run. You've got a lot of runway to work with. Make sure you get an out. It's a good play there by Feldman over at second.
And here comes Seth Onnested, the left fielder. The 0-0. Misses low and in for ball 1. Good stop back there by Raff. Onnested looking to make a little bit of a bounce back after that first game. We've seen what he can do with the bat, but had a little bit of bad luck. Hasn't necessarily put together the ABs that he probably wants to, but he's definitely got an opportunity to play a little bit of spoiler here, possibly play a little comeback, put up a big crooked number here, which the Outlaws have been able to do so far. The 1-0 to Onnested. Swung on and missed for strike 1. It is now 1-1 on the 3-hitter for the Outlaws.
Yeah, last time up, Onnested did hit the ball well off of Haquam, but it was right out to the right fielder, Tawara.
Love to see him find some outfield grass here. Extend this inning. The 1-1 swung on and missed for strike 2. Talked to Onnested after that first game. Enjoys riding horses. The 1-2 misses high. Evens the count at 2-2. Seems like a great guy. Great vibes guy as well. Just seems like a very upbeat, good guy to have in the dugout. Hoping to give them something to cheer about here on the 2-2 pitch. Leans, fires. Lands low and away for strike 3. Onnested did not like that call there, and now the Outlaws are 1 out away from falling to 1-2. But if you want anybody up at the plate, it's this guy.
Yeah, right now Haquam just got to be aggressive, got to attack him. A walk here would be the worst case scenario, because even if Riley were to hit a home run right here, you still have a 2-run lead. So you just want to go after him. You struck him out last time. Try to do something similar.
Out of the zone there with the off speed for ball 1 here on Riley. Riley went yard as well on that Wednesday evening game against the Wranglers. Swung on, hit back to the pitcher, Haquam. Toss over to first softly, scooped by the first baseman, and that will do it for game 1 here. Pioneers win this one 6-1 here over the Outlaws.
And really a great game. Pitching was the big thing for the Pioneers. Obviously really struggled in that first game. But Castellanos and Haquam combined together, only give up 5 hits. The walks were a bit of an issue for Castellanos about half, in his later innings. But Haquam came in. He struck out 7 batters in 3 1/3, which is an incredible rate, which is right in line with what he does in college. And fantastic outing from him. Fantastic to see the offense really break out, especially late in that game. Linsmeyer with 3 doubles, a home run and a double for Hogan. Tawara had a couple singles as well. Abram with a couple of doubles. You love to see that from the Pioneers. Finally break into that win column, and I have a chance to, if you can go 2-0 today, all of a sudden you jump the Outlaws in the standings.
Yeah, and if you're the Outlaws, you got to love what you saw from Tommy Quintana, being able to bounce back so well after a little bit of a rough outing, giving up that 3-run home run in that first game. But he pitched so well, just giving up 1 run over 4 innings. And if you're the Outlaws offense, a little bit of a quiet game for them. Still 25 runs in these first 3 games, but you'd love to see the bats come together a little bit better in that second game.
And we'll see if we have the second game. Obviously, rain kind of in the forecast. Hasn't rained too much, but it's something to keep an eye out for. But final. Pioneers win 6-1 here in game one. 9 hits for the Pioneers, just 5 for the Outlaws, an error on both sides. It was good to see the defense come out and play well as well for both sides, especially the Pioneers after having 6 errors in that first game, able to limit everything, and a good win there for the Pioneers. They moved to 1-1, while the Outlaws are at 1-2, but again, they've played really good baseball so far as well. So we'll take a short break here on the Front Range Network before we kind of get you guys the time for the second game and make sure we play the second game. Obviously, rain in the forecast, but we'll come up with updates while we go on break here on the Front Range Network League on YouTube.
Yeah.
Welcome back into Oregon Trail Park. We're getting set for game 2 of tonight's doubleheader after the Pioneers just won 6-1 to open up themselves into the win column. It was a great outing from Harrison Hayquam, who did not get the start, but he came in the 4th inning. He pitched 3 1/3, struck out 7 batters, didn't walk anybody, gave up a couple hits, but overall he was excellent. He was lights out. Start was Zach Castellanos. He pitched well as well. Both those guys combined, leaving Daniel Gomez open to potentially pitch in Game 3, which does have a start time of 6:50 p.m. Mountain Time. And for that game, we're going to get a couple of starters. We're going to see Carter Reisig, who we saw in Game 1 of this season, and we're also going to see Yutai Akutama for the first time this season. Reisig came out, pitched really well his first time out, gets a chance to face the same team, and hopefully hope for the same result.
Yeah, and you hope a couple of those hiccups in that first game, they get a little bit smoothed out. Again, I was talking to pitching coach AC right before this one, and he was saying not really pitch count necessarily on Reisig, but just being careful with him, given that it is only 3 days rest. So you just want to be careful with these arms.
And then you look at Akutama, the starter for the Pioneers, getting his first start of the season, getting a chance to pitch for the first time. Has a pitch count similar to what we saw with Castellanos, 60 to 75. He's pitching well. They're going to keep him in there. Good chance to see Kai Erlmeyer and Daniel Gomez in this game as well. Akutama, the redshirt junior from the University of Hawaii, getting a chance to try to grow your game, get an opportunity, and really show that you can pitch at this college level. And he gets a chance to start for the Pioneers in this one.
Yeah, and was also talking to Coach AC. A lot of pitchers that we hadn't normally seen, and all he was asking for them is just to fight, put together a good effort on the mound, and he really liked what he saw from them. Specifically, the way that Xander Martinez was able to battle around those errors. We understand that he gave up a couple of those runs, but not all of them were earned. So just being a dog out there on the mound and just being able to fight for your team.
And the defense for the Pioneers in this game is going to be very similar back to what happened in the first game of the season. In fact, it's actually going to be the same exact lineup. We'll see how they kind of play in their second game together, maybe cut down errors. We saw that first game for the Pioneers, only one error. The defense looked great for the most part. And again, pitching kept just one run between Castellanos and Hayquam. The hope that the defense can kind of show up in this second game as well.
An interesting bat missing from this lineup is Jack Hogan, who hit a home run, had a great day at the plate in that previous game. You got to imagine maybe getting a little rest, possibly, but if you're trying to send your best lineup out there, you'd think that Hogan would be in it.
You also talking with the coaches, we kind of both heard from both these teams. They want to feel out these teams. They want to feel out this lineup. They want to give everyone an opportunity, and that's kind of what you're seeing. So let's go through those starting lineups. Obviously, starting for the Pioneers is Carter Reisig. Leading it off for the Pioneers will be Braden Basie. Playing second base will be Xander Martinez. Batting third and DHing, Jack Riley. Could see him pitch in this game as well. Batting fourth and playing first base, Christian McKernan. Batting fifth and at third base, Kingston Lee. Batting sixth and in left field, Connor Stanton. Batting seventh and playing in right field, Gideon Leslie. Batting eighth and catching will be Grayson Matlock. And rounding out the lineup will be the center fielder, Jaden Barrio, who will be playing in center field. Actually, scratch that. Gideon Leslie batting in the 9 hole. It'll be Matlock, Barrio, then Leslie. A little bit of a change last second for these three teams. And in that lineup, obviously, we saw Jack Riley earlier, but Christian McKernan has been the real star of this lineup.
Yeah, and it was interesting to kind of see him out of that last lineup. I had an opportunity to talk to him after that little bit of a rough game against the Wranglers, but he seems very confident, good control of the zone, and obviously power in his bat is undeniable. So again, that middle of the order is very threatening in Riley, McKernan, and Lee, and you love to see the veteran back at the top of the order, Braden Basie. I got the chance to talk to him earlier. Has a great Chipotle order, if that matters to your baseball skill in any way.
I think it does. You have to tell us now.
I can't remember exactly what it is, but he is a burrito guy. I do remember that, and I'm a burrito guy myself, so I can respect the burrito. I believe it was burrito, both kinds of rice, veggies, and possibly a little bit of salsa. I could be wrong on that. You can check out our interview, though, on the Nebraska Outlaws Instagram. And there's a bunch of other great content on there and the Front Range League Instagram as well. Me and my partner, Lucas, have been interviewing players before games all season, so there's a bunch of great content on there.
Always good to check out the Instagrams for all three of the teams, including the Wranglers. I'm sure they got good stuff over there as well. Say for myself, I'm a bowl guy. I've always been a bowl guy. I don't know what it is. I love bowls. Well, let's move it over to the Pioneers. They'll be playing as the home team in this second game. Obviously, pitching for them will be Akutama. Leading it off and in left field will be Isaiah Smith. Batting second and playing shortstop will be Adam Bright. Batting third and catching Jorge Cardenas. Batting fourth and at third base Isaac Lemansky. Batting fifth and DHing instead of playing right field will be Daiki Tawara. Batting sixth and in right field Jacob Solis. Batting seventh and back at first base Mason Bevan. Batting eighth and at second base will be Tanner Lancaster. Rounding out the lineup will be the center fielder for this matchup, Nico Height. Obviously, in the first game, this lineup played Height and Bevan both with home runs, but that was the only runs they scored in this game. That was started by Carter Reisig. Bevan, the one guy who was able to get to him in that start where he went 3 innings.
Yeah, and Jack Riley looked incredible. If that is what they decide to do out of the bullpen, 3 scoreless innings. It was very impressive. And he's been just as impressive at the plate. I'd love to see Carter Reisig. It wasn't a bad start by any means, but I'm sure he'd love to go maybe a little bit longer, be a little bit more efficient, just be in the zone a little bit more, which has kind of been the message to a lot of these pitchers so far in the season.
And it'll be interesting to see after how well that offense played in the first game between Hogan with a home run and a double. He could be available for pinch hitting. James Linsmeyer, 3 doubles. He went 3 for 4. He could be available to potentially pinch hit. Ben Abram also had a couple doubles. It'd be interesting to see if they do utilize those pinch hitters. Talk to Coach Blake Vandiver before the season. He's not going to be afraid to use a pinch hitter in a big spot. He's very confident in that ability. He's confident in those guys. And after what we saw in Game 1 of this series, could be interesting to see what kind of bench players get opportunities and what kind of opportunities will present themselves in this game. Because if we look back at the first game, the offense wasn't bad. They were good at taking some walks, but weren't a ton of opportunities with runners in scoring position back in Game 1. So if you get an opportunity, if it's similar to last game where it's 1-1, you're in the 5th inning, you got a runner on second, it'll be interesting to see if they go to a guy like Hogan or Linsmeyer to try to drive in a run for them.
Yeah, and we got a plate meeting going on right now, so baseball will be coming your way soon. Our umpires have just flip-flopped here. We have Josh Wagner is going to be behind the dish, and Zach Smith is going to be in the field. Live here from Oregon Trail Park Stadium.
It's about to be game time. Took a short break. When we're back, we'll have the first pitch for you here on the Front Range Network League.
Let's meet the lineups for both teams. First for the visiting Outlaws, batting first at shortstop from Franklin, Indiana, number 10, Braden Basie. Batting second base from Modesto, California, number 6, Xander Martinez. Batting third designated hitter from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, number 26, Jack Riley. Batting fourth, first base from Denver, Colorado, number 33, Christian McKernan. Batting fifth at third base from Honolulu, Hawaii, number 17, Kingston Lee. Batting sixth in left field from Beaumont, Texas, number 7, Connor Stanton. Behind the plate, batting seventh from Cypress, Texas, number 16, Grayson Matlock. In center field for Eastvale, California, batting the 8th, Jaden Brillo. And in right field, batting 9th for Rochester, Minnesota, number 8, Gideon Leslie. Starting on the mound for the Outlaws will be number 31 from Scottsbluff, Nebraska, Carter Rising. The Outlaws are led by head coach Zach McCoy, is assisted by James Gruenfelder and A.C. Plum. And now for the home team, the Western Nebraska Pioneers. Batting first in left field, number 21, Isaiah Smith. Batting second at shortstop from North Ridgeville, Ohio, number 10, Adam Bright. Batting third, catcher from Baja, California, number 13, Jorge Cardenas. Batting fourth, third base from Collinsville, Illinois, number 11, Isaac Bomansky. Batting fifth, the designated hitter from Osaka, Japan, number 25, Daiki Tawara. Batting sixth in right field from Tucson, Arizona, number 7, Jacob Salas. Batting seventh at first base from Stoneboro, Pennsylvania, number 26, Mason Devon. Batting eighth at second base from Castle Rock, Colorado, number 3, Tanner Lancaster. And batting ninth in center field from San Diego, California, number 6, Nico Height. Starting the bump for the Bios from Morioka, Japan, number 14, Yutai Okutama. The Pioneers are led by head coach Blake Wilson. He's assisted by Blake Van Beaver and Jack Zittel.
As the Pioneers take the field, it's time to get started here at Oregon Trail Park. I'm Lucas Macklin, joined by my partner, Bob Parsons. Excited to get this second game underway. Let's take a look at the defense for the Pioneers. Start left to right in left field, Isaiah Smith. Nico Height is in center, and Jacob Solis back in right. Round the horn, you got Lemansky at third. Adam Bright at second. Adam Bright at shortstop. Tanner Lancaster at second. Mason Bevan at first. Behind the plate, Jose Cardenas catching the starter for today's game. Yutai Akutama, first chance to get to see him. Excited to see what he can give this Pioneer squad.
Yes, it should be interesting. Another one of those guys that isn't necessarily from the area looking to try and make a statement.
Akutama is from Morioka, Japan, getting a chance to try to hopefully get a good start out here. We saw a great start from Castellanos, followed by Haquam. He'd love to follow that up with a great outing himself. He'll be throwing to Jose Cardenas. I mentioned the starting lineup for the Outlaws. Braden Basie, who will be playing shortstop instead of outfield. Chance to lead it off. He's been excellent so far in his first two games.
Yes, he has. Also known as Gramps or TT, as in Tyler Toney, because his teammates believe that he is a Tyler Toney from Dude Perfect lookalike. So if you hear TT or Gramps being shouted while he's at the plate, that is why.
Yeah, he is one of these veterans that's really experienced. It's good to see him get out there and kind of show that experience for the team. But I don't know about Tyler Toney. I've seen him. I don't know if he looks like him. He might play like him. I don't know. I've never seen him play baseball, but. But if it works, if that's what they call him and he plays well, why stop?
And he has put together great at-bats so far. You've seen that veteran presence in the box, whether that's knowing the pit, knowing the strike zone, knowing the situation, just being able to adapt and be that veteran presence in this lineup that's filled with young guys. Another one of those young guys that just got in the other day is Connor Stanton, making his Outlaw debut, playing left field today. One of those guys didn't get a ton of experience out of Beaumont, Texas. He is currently in the transfer portal, so it'll be interesting to see what he brings to the table, batting sixth today.
Obviously, it's always exciting to see new guys. We get the throw down to second base. We're about to get underway here at Oregon Trail Park. Excited to be here. Excited for Game 2 of this series where Pioneers took Game 1 of the doubleheader, and now the Outlaws will bat first, trying to do the opposite of what happened in Game 1, where they only scored 1 run on 5 hits. And Braden Basie, the aforementioned leadoff hitter, stepping in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the first pitch to him, and that one will miss just low and in for ball 1.
Yeah, one of those guys that's like we said, a little bit older. And I asked him earlier what it's kind of been like, and he said it's just like the little things of the game that he's helping out with.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one does find the inside of the zone, make it 1-1. Basie on the season, a 583 OBP, a couple hits, couple walks. He's been hit by 3 pitches already.
Yeah, obviously that first game with the 16 free passes, and he's been taking advantage of it so far.
Akutama living on the inside part of the zone, but that one just missed inside, make it 2-1. Akutama, the redshirt junior, trying to get a good start here for his first appearance in the Front Range League. That one on the ground towards third to be played by Lemansky. On the run throw to first in time for out number 1. Good to see the defense make a clean play to start this one.
Yeah, the defense did look better for both teams so far. That's probably why we saw the lowest scoring game so far in the Front Range League this season.
Next up will be Xander Martinez. Did not start as a position player in game 1, but did pitch. And now he's playing in the field, trying to continue his hot start to the season. First pitch, that one lined into center. And that one is going to be... Can't tell if it was caught by Height. It was caught by Nico Height. What a diving grab to take a hit away from Martinez. Saw him make a couple of sliding catches in game 1. Well, here's a fantastic diving catch. Don't know how he got to that one. And with 2 away, it will lead to Jack Riley.
Supposedly, he is also coming out of the bullpen tonight.
Riley in the first game got a single and a hit by pitch. That one on the ground towards third. Lemansky with a great read over there. Throw to first in time. And a quick 1-2-3 inning for Akutama. Great start for the Pioneers. Defensively, they'll come to the plate. Chance to jump out in front early here on the Front Range League Network. Welcome back to Oregon Trail Park as we get set for the bottom of the first inning. It's Carter Reisig getting the start on the mound, pitching to the newly graduated catcher Grayson Matlock, as Reisig will be trying to match what he did in his first start of the season.
Yeah, so new battery this time, so it'll be interesting how they approach it. They really liked how Turk called that first game with Reisig. So it'll be interesting if Matlock takes a similar approach and see if they can kind of replicate some of that success that he had against this Pioneers offense.
Reisig, his first time out, pitched 3 innings, gave up 2 runs, just one of them earned because one of those runners reached via an error, gave up 2 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Did give up that home run to Mason Bevan, but other than that, he was basically untouched the entire game. The first inning, he had a couple runners on, escaped that jam, and from that point on, outside of the home run, he did a really good job keeping the Pioneers off the board.
Yeah, and it's been a theme kind of with these Outlaws pitchers. Coach AC really liked how Tommy Quintana nibbled at the zone. He would have liked to see him a little bit more in the zone. Just limiting those free passes is always a good mentality as a pitcher, and seeing those first pitch strikes.
It'll be Isaiah Smith to lead us off here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the first pitch, scores on a bunt, puts it down, but into foul territory. He'll start behind 0-1. Smith, his first game, batted in the 9-hole, went 1 for 2, reached 3 out of his 4 times. Now he's up at the leadoff spot. The freshman from Ithaca College, who even as a freshman there, was excellent at getting on base. The 0-1 inside. I think it hit him. It did. He got hit by 2 pitches in his opening game, and now he's been hit by a 3rd pitch on the season.
Yeah, like I said, just trying to limit those free passes. That's how you get out of trouble. And as Coach AC was saying earlier, just making sure to get those efficient outs and letting those guys get on base with those free passes is not how you get through efficient innings. Love to see Carter Reisig just approach and attack these hitters. He's 6'4", He is 6'4", 220 out of the Scottsbluff area. So big presence there on the mound.
Next is Adam Bright. First pitch to him inside, almost got him as well, but able to get out of the way in time. He'll start behind, Reisig will start behind 1-0. Bright did go 0 for 3 in his opener, did get a walk though. One of the more experienced players on this Pioneer squad, a 3-year starter at Glenville State University. That one did with a throw over to Smith, nothing doing. Smith also a big-time stolen base threat, as he stole 19 bags his freshman year at Ithaca College. Bright awaits the 1-0 pitch. Takes that one in the zone, 4-strike one. And count evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, just love to see Reisig get ahead in these counts. See if he can win the even counts, whether that's 0-0, 1-1, 2-2. That is how you have success as a pitcher.
Another throw to first, nothing doing again. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive they are in the base paths in this first game. Only had 1 stolen base in the last one.
Yeah, you do have the young catcher back there in Matlock. They did like the way Turk's arm looked in that first game. It'll be interesting to see what they think of Matlock.
Counts 1-1. Another throw over. Had him leaning, but it gets by the first baseman, McKernan. And now Smith is going to take second base on the mistake on the throw over.
Yeah, you just can't let that happen early on. You got to, if you catch him leaning like that, your eyes light up. You just got to make sure to deliver a strike over there to first base. And would love to see him try and get out of this inning, battle out of this inning.
Count still 1-1 to Bright. Trying to find his first hit for the Pioneers. He squares around early. McKernan comes in. He pulls it back. Takes that pitch in there for the strike number 2, though.
Classic slash bunt. Those guys that are good at it love to do it. I've played with a guy that did it, and he was very successful at it. A lefty was able to pull it back and just always poke it through that 4-hole once you get the infielders to crash in.
The 1-2 pitch, slider taken outside, and the count evens up at 2-2. Bright does have a walk on the season. He struck out once as well. Mentioned he's a 3-year starter at Glenville State University for the Pioneers. Actually started it. He actually was used as a pitcher his first 2 seasons, but did not pitch this last season. 2-2. That one's fouled off to the right side. He stays alive.
Would love to see Reisig win this 2-2 here, where that's getting a good hard ground ball to the left side to make sure this runner does not get over with less than 2 outs.
Smith leads off second base. He was hit by a pitch and advanced on the error over at first. 2-2 inside, and it hit Adam Bright as well, and that one looked like it hurt as it got him on, I believe, the right forearm. And he is down on his knees to the left of the home plate, left of home plate.
You hate to see that. Reisig did hit him with the fastball there, and that one is going to hurt. Reisig lives in the mid to high 80s, so that one is definitely did not feel good for Bright. Would love to see him get up and finish this game.
Obviously, the immediate concern is about Bright. Coach Vandiver and Coach Wilson both over there with him. And he has not moved since he went down. That one, fastball, like I said, right on the forearm. And that one, you mentioned, never feels good. And now Wilson looking at the arm where it got hit at. It will put runners at first and second with no one away for the dangerous catcher, Jorge Cardenas. It looks like Macarini might be getting ready to go in for him. Just a precautionary switch. Macarini did play shortstop at the first game of the doubleheader.
Yeah, you hate to see this so early on in the summer. These guys don't necessarily have the most experience, so they're just trying to get as much playing time as possible. especially hitting so high up in the order is bright. You got to have concern for him. You got to hope that he's okay and there's no damage other than obviously the immediate pain of being hit by that pitch.
Looks like he is going to stay in the ball game, so that's a great sign. He'll take his walk down to first. And now a huge opportunity for the Pioneers here in the first inning. I mentioned they had one of those against Reisig last time. Had runners at first and second in that first inning after Hogan got hit. But Nico Height, who was on second, got thrown out trying to take third on a passed ball. But this time, no one out. Runners at first and second. You got the dangerous Jorge Cardenas, who in his first game didn't manage a hit but did walk twice.
Yeah, you got to be in the zone if you're Reisig here. You got to hope and try and get that ground ball double play.
Reisig comes set, trying to shake off a couple of hit batters. First pitch misses outside, 4-1. Cardenas, the sophomore at Cochise College, and in 2 seasons, he's played in 82 games where he's slashed 274, 372, 487 with 10 home runs and 70 RBIs. Here's the 1-0. Swings through that one, trying to do some big damage, but comes up empty. The count evens up at 1-1. Cardenas had a 7 RBI game on March 27th, where he also managed 4 hits in that game.
Would love to see him win the 1-1 here.
Big swing, but again comes up empty on a pitch up above the zone, and the count moves to 1-2. Now Cardenas is going to have to battle.
If you're Reisig here, you've got to be efficient here. You can't let him get back into this count. You have to finish him off early.
Here's the 1-2. That one taken way high. Try to get him chasing, but threw maybe a little bit too high. And the count evens up at 2-2.
You have to be more competitive with those high fastballs. That's an easy take for Cardenas. I get it. You're trying to change his eye level. We'll see what he attacks with here. But if you can't move something off of that, that's a very it's a wasteful pitch.
Reisig set, holds, now comes set. 2-2 inside, almost got him swinging, but he held off on a backdoor breaker, back foot breaker. And the count runs full to the catcher.
And now I see kind of what they were doing with that fastball there, getting the eyes up, trying to go low. So if you're able to do that, that's not necessarily as wasteful of a pitch, but you got to be able to execute that pitch better and try and get a swing on that pitch earlier.
Cardenas did line out against Reisig in his first at-bat last game and swings through the back foot breaker, went back to the same pitch, but this time got him swinging, and a big out number 1 for Reisig.
See, he just got that first one a little bit too up and a little too in. That's what he was trying to do with that first back foot breaking ball. He's able to do it on the second attempt and able to get that much needed strikeout.
That's going to bring up Isaac Lemansky. Did go 0 for 3 in the first game, but reached once on a walk. First pitch misses, 4-1. Sorry, went 0 for 4, but reached on an error. Reisig looks over at second and steps off. Basie was jumping behind Smith over there at second. Again, with the speed of Smith, be interesting to see if maybe they want to try to steal third.
Especially test the young catcher's arm with the righty up.
1-0 on the ground, past the pitcher, over to Martinez. Only played a first base. He'll take it over there just in time for out number 2. And now the Pioneers are going to need a hit to be able to strike in this first inning.
I really like how Reisig has battled here. He's just pitching. He's letting his fielders do the work. That's what Tommy Quintana did so well last game. That's what made him be able to go deep into that game. He's able to nibble at the zone a little bit, let his fielders work, because this is a good defensive Outlaws team. So just letting your fielders do the work for you.
Next up is Tawara. Daiki Tawara, his first at-bat in this game. That pitch misses way outside for ball one. A couple hits in game one, including an infield single that he legged out. Both of his singles went to the left side of the infield, while he had a couple of hits to the right side of the infield that were taken for outs. 1-0 pitch, big swing, but can't catch up to the fastball, and the count evens.
I do see we don't have a gun here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium, but you would think that he's probably ticked up the velo a little bit from that first start.
1-1, another swing and another miss. Living with that high fastball is Reisick, and he's a strike away from getting out of this first inning jam.
I feel like this is where you really learn about a pitcher. These teams don't know each other too well. They don't know their players too well, but this is when you learn.
1-2 fouled off. Good battle there by Tawara. Standing up at 6'1", 200. One of the bigger players on this team. Batting from the left side out of Osaka, Japan. Trying to put at least one, if not two, runs up on the board for the Pioneers here in the first inning. Reisick trying to find his way out. He comes set. Here's the 1-2. And another good defensive swing there by Tawara to stay alive. Count stays at 1-2.
I do like how Reisick has approached this at bat. He's being competitive with these pitches, trying to, like I say, nibble on the outside of the plate. You don't necessarily need to attack him as much here, being up in the count.
Smith at third, Bride at second, both reached on hit by pitches. And that one lifted out to left. That's sending Stanton over, still moving over. And he's going to be able to get under it for out number 3. So the Pioneers threaten, put a couple of runners in scoring position, but come up empty. Still not up at 0 as we head to the second inning here on the Front Range League Network.
Everyone's happy when new sponsors join us and sees value in using the Outlaws to promote their products. This year we welcome Ron's Towing, the official roadside assistance partner of the Outlaws. If your car won't start, you have a flat tire, or even just need a ride safely home, call Ron's Towing at 308-632-2400, and Ron's Towing will help you get where you need to be.
Through one, still not up at 0. Yutai Akutama out there for another inning of work where he only needed 6 pitches to get through the first.
Yeah, and if you're the Outlaws, I understand that is the approach to try and attack the first pitch. But if you're going to do that, you need to be a little bit more successful. We saw a couple rollovers to the left side from those righty bats at the top of the lineup. I'd love to see maybe just one deep count here, or if you're going to attack early in that count, that you find a pitch to really drive.
It'll be Christian McKernan, Kingston Lee, and the newly added Connor Stanton to meet him here in this second inning. As he tries to continue to do solid in the first inning of last game. Castellanos go be very, very efficient. Akutama doing something similar, but trying to stay that way. Again, a guy that got a lot of weak contact in that first inning, and he tries to do the same here in the second.
It's not going to be easy, though, especially with this leadoff bat and Christian McKernan, the Denver native. And he has put up damage early here in this Outlaws season. He went yard and also hit a double in the previous game against the Wranglers. He was our player of the game, although it was a loss.
McKernan steps into the right-handed batter's box, entering this game with a .429 average. You mentioned that home run, a couple of extra base hits. He's a 600 OBP. He's done a great job at working long counts, drawing those walks when he needs to. And the first pitch swinging. Slow chopper to third. It's going to be a tough play for Lemansky. Gloves it, and he's not going to be able to make the throw, and that's going to be an infield single to start this inning. So another first pitch swing, but this time it works out as McKernan lays out that single.
But again, it's the same kind of sentiment that I understand that did work out in that scenario, but being really early and just rolling over to that left side is not the approach that Coach Grunfelder wants from these guys. They want to hunt mistakes. They want to drive the baseball.
Next up is Kingston Lee. First start as a position player in today for him. That one gets past the catcher, Cardenas. That one way behind Lee. And a free bag from McKernan.
It'll be interesting to see what Lee can do here. Obviously, the on-base percentage for these guys that just played in that first game are going to be a little bit higher than you would anticipate probably, given the 16 free passes. But I did like Kingston Lee's approach as it developed throughout that first game.
And that one softly looped into left. Smith coming in on it. It's going to drop in front of him. McKernan had to wait, so he'll just stay up at third. But now runners on the corner, still no one away, as it's the Outlaws trying to break into the scoreboard first.
And he might need a new bat after that one. Looks like he jammed him just a little bit. But, you know, the other thing that Grunfelder did tell me is just find any way on base. So we've seen a swinging bunt and a bloop broken bat single so far to start off this inning.
And now if you're Akutama, you got to try to work around that. Obviously, again, it's a lot of weak contact, but it's just finding open grass. So we'll see how he tries to play that here. So he will face the left fielder, Connor Stanton, making his first start of the season.
Number 14, Connor Stanton.
Connor Stanton out of Beaumont, Texas. He is a utility righty for this team.
First pitch, fastball misses inside, 4-1. Akutama's been living on the inside part of the plate to start this game. Akutama throw over to first, nothing doing.
If you're the Outlaws, you have to capitalize on these situations. That's part of the reason why they failed to win that first game of this series. You got to be able to capitalize in these situations, create opportunities for yourself as a hitter.
Runner takes off, but that one's fouled off and out of play, and the count evens up at 1-1. Both these teams with one win. Outlaws have played an extra game. It's a loss. Both teams trying to find their second win. Both teams have beat each other once. This is a big game to get that extra game against the other. The Morgan County Wranglers coming in to play the Pioneers tomorrow. Another throw over, got him, but it gets past Bevan at first. A run will score. Rounding second, heading for third is Lee. Throw's going to come in, but not nearly in time. And another massive defensive mistake from the Pioneers gifts a run to the Outlaws.
And we talked about this last time. Being able to capitalize on those mistakes, and once again, early on, we're seeing it here.
Had him leaning too, had him perfectly, but just not able to find the glove of Bevan. Now runner at third, still no one away for Stanton. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one misses inside.
Stanton just finished up his freshman year, did not get a whole lot of playing time, standing in the right-hander batter's box at 5'10", 155.
2-1. That one runs in and it hits him. And so now runners on the corners once again as the first three batters of this inning have reached with one in.
And we talked about this last time, not letting mistakes compound. You let that ball get down the right field line, run scores. You can't hit him there, especially in this bottom of the order that's trying to just keep finding a way to pass the stick here.
And we're going to get a quick meeting from pitching coach Blake Wilson. What was a very good first inning, and honestly, the first couple batters, not hard contact or anything. That defensive mistake, letting a run score, and now the hit batter. Got to try to bring yourself back as you face the catcher, Grayson Matlock.
Matlock went 0 for 3 with a walk in that first game today, although he did hit a triple and walk again in that Wranglers game, which was his debut. So you got to imagine he's looking to find something to drive here, especially early on in this inning.
Still early in this game. You're only down 1. You really want to avoid a crooked number on the board here. Still no one away. Runners on the corners. Kingston Lee at third. Stanton at first. Matlock at the plate trying to give a big lead to the Outlaws early. First pitch misses outside, ball 1. When he's missing, he seems to be missing out or arm side so far in this one. Another throw over. Bevan able to glove that one. So that one was a little bit wide.
And you got to be careful doing that. I'm a little surprised that he's still throwing over there, especially with the runner on third still, after he already threw it up the right field line.
Here's the 1-0. That one misses as well. Now it's a 2-0 count to the Outlaws catcher. Making a second start as a catcher, third start overall this season. And now time called by Matlock.
Matlock is out of Cypress, Texas. He's a recent graduate as of yesterday from high school, class of 2026. He's attending York University this next year. He is a switch hitter, hitting from the left side right now. Haven't seen a lefty so far for Matlock, so haven't seen him hit from that right side yet.
Matlock steps back in with a 2-0 count. That one misses. Nope, called strike. Looked like a bit of a miscommunication there from Cardenas and Akutama, but it still found the zone, and the count moves to 2-1.
If you're a lefty here, you just got to try and find a way through that 4-hole on the right side.
That one does miss low and in. Now it's a 3-1 count, and you really want to avoid a walk here.
Again, the Outlaws have been really good at putting up those big crooked numbers. That's what led to a lot of their run production this year.
That one misses inside, ball 4, and a couple of free passes. After those first 2 singles, the bases are loaded, no one out. Brings up Jaden Barrio, and it's going to need to be a masterful little piece of art here to avoid a big inning.
Jaden Barrio, the last time he played against the Outlaws, he was able to go 2 for 5 with 2 hits.
First pitch missed low. And after that great first inning, Akutama still trying to find his first out of the second inning. That 1-0, that one misses. It's not even close. 2-0.
And again, those compounding errors, you just got to find a way to get yourself an out here. And if you're the Outlaws, you just kind of got to find a way to make it even more difficult on these fielders that have been now sitting put for a little bit.
2-0, got the swing, pulled the string a little bit on him. Rio swings over it. Corners are in for the Pioneers. Middle of the infield at double play depth. Two-1 on the ground towards short. Played by Bright. Toss to second for 1. Throw to first is going to be in time for a double play. They do give up the run, but you'll take the 2 outs for the run. And there are 2 away in the inning.
Yeah, if you're Barrio, that's about the last thing you can do there is roll over right to the shortstop.
That brings up the 9-hole. Gideon Leslie.
Leslie didn't necessarily play as well in the second game, but that first game against the Pioneers, he was excellent.
First pitch to Leslie finds the zone. Good to see Akutama back in the zone. He's out in front 0-1. Works quickly. Here's the 0-1. That one misses low and away. Couldn't get the swing, and the count evens up.
And you like this out of the Outlaws hitters, just trying to put pressure on Akutama. As you can see, already some action over there in the Pioneers bullpen.
That 1-1 misses inside. And now has to work from behind again, does Akutama. He's behind 2-1.
Gideon Leslie, the Rochester, Minnesota native, currently in the transfer portal. Just finished up that freshman season. Though not, again, one of those guys didn't get a whole lot of playing time.
2-1 missed inside, and it's 3-1 to the 9-hole hitter. Braden Basie waiting on deck. He'd love an opportunity with a couple of runners on.
Leslie did such a good job in that 9-hole being able to turn the order over this last game against the Pioneers that he played.
That one on the ground to the second baseman, played by Lancaster. Throw to first in time. So Akatama able to avoid the big inning, but does give up 2 runs, giving the Outlaws their first lead of the day. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning. Pioneers will try to get those runs back here on the Front Range League Network.
Second inning, 2 runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors for the Outlaws. Score Outlaws 2, Pios 0. Special birthday shout out to our umpire behind the plate, Josh Eichler.
We head to the bottom of the second. Pioneers trailing 2-0 here at Oregon Trail Park. I'm Lucas Macklin, joined by my partner, Bob Parsons. Obviously, it was a rough inning there for Akatama, but able to avoid the big inning. And it's only a 2-run game, and it's very, very much within the striking distance for the Pioneers.
Yeah, but a lot of those runs came on self-inflicted errors. Obviously, that inning had a chance to get really out of hand. You don't want to see another 9-run inning like they did in that very first game against the Outlaws. But although they're able to get out with just 2, but it's a lot of self-inflicted wounds for the Pioneers once again.
Big day for Nebraska in terms of softball and baseball. The softball team played Alabama in the World Series, but did fall 5-1. The baseball team currently playing Ole Miss. They're up 1-0 in the top of the 5th inning. That's why we're exclusively on YouTube today. Again, big day in the baseball and softball world for Nebraska. And here, got a big rivalry matchup between the Outlaws and Pioneers. And Pioneers going to try to bounce back. They've got Solis, Bevan, and Lancaster due up in this inning. Bevan, last time he saw Reisig, he took him deep to left field. But first, it's going to be Solis who tries to get this inning started.
Again, those first pitch strikes and just trying to be efficient. He had obviously had those first 2 hit by pitches to start the inning. He's got to be better at trying to get that first out, that first strike.
Stands tall on the mound and delivers the first pitch to Solis. It's a breaker that finds the outside corner for strike number 1. He's very confident in his off-speed pitches. Oh, 1 on the ground towards third, but foul. And the count now 0-2 to the right fielder out of Arizona Christian U. Played in 40 games, was used a lot as a pinch runner, had 51 at-bats. Also had 11 stolen bases and 22 runs scored. 0-2 goes to the breaker, but Solis wasn't chasing. Great take, and the count moves to 1-2.
I'm really liking this approach so far in the second inning by Reisig, getting up early and attacking with that breaking ball.
1-2 fastball. Solis able to hold on it, doesn't go for it, and the count evens at 2-2. We saw that last inning, see if he goes from that high fastball to the low breaker.
And just getting the hitter's eyes mixed up does a lot.
2-2 just missed a bit inside, and the count runs full here in the first at-bat of the second inning. Mason Bevan awaiting on deck. Again, does have a home run against Reisig. Payoff pitch misses high, ball 4, and Solis will lead off the second inning with a walk. A great way to respond after that 2 runs scored in the last inning.
And you can't lose him there. That can't happen if you're Reisig. You got to be able to finish him or at least get him out there. You can't lose him on a walk there.
It does bring in the left-handed hitting Mason Bevan. Mentioned his name in the field a little bit more than you would want, but offensively he's been great so far. 500 OBP has that home run to left field against Reisig. Solis leading off first, does have stolen base potential. First pitch to Bevan, finds the inside corner, jumps out in front of another batter 0-1.
And again, just have to be more efficient with these at-bats. I love the first pitch strikes. I love him getting up early on hitters. He just needs to make sure to finish off these hitters.
Oh, and inside gets past the catcher, Matlock, and Solis will take second base on the wild pitch. And this is not how you wanted the inning to start if you are Reisig. So has Solis at 0-2, then loses him to a walk. Now a wild pitch to Bevan, makes the count 1-1, puts a runner in scoring possession. Pioneers would love an opportunity to at least cut into that lead here, if not be able to tie it. 1-1 finds the outside corner. Another great pitch from Reisig, and he's got Bevan at 1-2. Let's see if he can find his put-away pitch here.
Yeah, you can't let this get to a full count or a 3-ball count. We've talked about how depleted this Outlaw pitching staff is.
Reisig looks back at second now, delivers. Out on the ground towards second, will advance the runner, picked up by Martinez. Throw to first will be in time, but the runner does advance to third base, only one away. And a chance for Lancaster. If he can put this ball in play, find some outfield grass, he can cut that lead in half.
This is, if you're Reisig, this is where you kind of have to find your strikeout stuff here. You want to get that strikeout, get to 2 outs, and makes it a lot more manageable.
Lancaster steps in with a 500 OBP, perfectly in line with what he's done at college and with the Pioneers last year. One of the 3 returners for this Pioneer squad. First pitch misses wide. Good stop there by the catcher Matlock. Lancaster last year with the Pioneers played in 18 games, walked 14 times in 47 at-bats, at a .422 on-base percentage. That 1-0 pitch misses just low. Great take from Lancaster, moves to 2-0.
And the Outlaws are infield is playing back, so they're succeeding that run unless Reisig is able to get a strikeout here. Just trying to prevent damage.
2-0 on the ground towards third. Run will score. Lee comes up throwing. First in time. The Otters, so the Pioneers do crack the scoreboard thanks to a walk and a wild pitch. And a couple of ground outs. With 2 away, it'll bring up Nico Height with no one on and 2 away.
You love to see Reisig just get out of this inning with this hitter, not let this inning get too far away. Just keep the pitch count as low as possible. Like we said, Jack Riley coming out of the pen. But after that, it's going to be possibly be Connor Stanton, who doesn't have a whole lot of pitching experience.
1 2/3 innings for Reisig, currently 36 pitches. He'll have to face Height, who went from the leadoff spot to the 9-hole. Did have that home run. He scores around, pulls it back at a pitch that missed up and in. He'll start in front 1-0. Mentioned that 3-run home run in the 7th inning that extended the game to the 8th. Did strike out 3 times, though. Top of the lineup, waiting on deck. Big swing, but comes up empty. Count evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, if you're Reisig, you got to win this 1-1 pitch here. Get ahead, get out of this inning. Try and find soft contact to get out of this inning.
1-1. Can't get the fastball again, and the count's to 1-2. Height out of San Diego, California. Stands at 5'9". He's played 2 seasons with the Bethany College Bison, where he was an All-President's Athletic Conference honorable mention. Reisig tried to go with the breaker, but just lost it. And the count evens up at 2-2.
And you got to try and prevent pitches like that in this scenario. You got to try and be more efficient, especially when you know the pitching situation if you're the Outlaws.
Played 42 games, had a .386 batting average, 3 home runs, 22 walks, just 22 strikeouts. The 2-2 pitch misses outside. Great take. And the count runs full at the top of the lineup awaiting on deck.
think this is very early on, but a very important 3-2 pitch right here.
Payoff misses high, ball 4, and the inning will continue with the second walk of said inning. Mentioned it goes back to the top of the lineup. Smith and Bright both hit by pitches. Their first time up. Nico Height over at first base. Did have 18 stolen bases this season. See if he'll be on the move. First pitch swinging for Smith, but comes up empty. He'll start behind 0-1.
You gotta finish this inning where it's at right now if you're Reisig. You can't let this get out of hand and get to the middle of this Pioneers order.
And big jump from Height, not even gonna have a throw. A big stolen base as the count evens up at 1-1. I mean, he was halfway to second by the time that Reisig even started his motion. Now a base hit could tie it. Reisig sets, delivers the 1-1. That misses wide. Make it 2-1. The freshman from Ithaca College, currently 4 for 5 at reaching base. And he's been hit 3 times, just 5 plate appearances.
Yeah, and that's got to suck as a hitter. I mean, you love having the high on-base percentage, but you don't love the welts and bruises.
2-1 misses high. Make it 3-1. Smith this year, a .416 OBP, drew 15 walks, struck out just 15 times in 34 games.
Rain is starting to come down here in Gering once again.
3-1, finds the zone, count runs full.
You got to imagine that might be a little bit of the issue with the command here from Reisig.
Left-handed hitting left fielder. Waiting the payoff pitch. That one fouled back, stays alive. It is actually Gino Macarini awaiting on deck. Adam Bright was hit by a pitch. So it looks like Adam Bright's day will be done, at least as far as hitting goes.
It's a big pitch right here for Reisig.
Pitch misses outside, ball 4. Big walk for Isaiah Smith. Runners at first and second. Third walk of the inning for Reisig, and now we're going to have a meeting on the mound.
Yeah, and you got to imagine Coach AC is just telling him, just breathe, execute, get out of this inning, stay within yourself. Because a lot of times, if you're a successful player and have experience like Reisig does, you just got to get back within yourself. You just got to do what you do best. So whether that's him getting soft contact or trying to execute with that high fastball or that good breaker, he just needs to get back to that and get back to throwing strikes. I know it's difficult with the rain coming down here, but he's just got to try his best.
So that will bring up Gino Macarini, who will come in for Adam Bright. I mentioned that Bright was hit on the forearm his last time up. Clearly just making a caution play here. He'll come up with runners at first and second, a chance to try to tie this ball game. Outlaws scored 2 in the top half of this inning. Pioneers have 1 in so far, but 2 on the base paths. First pitch swinging, comes up empty. He'll start behind 0-1. Macarini made his first start in the first game of today. Did go 0 for 3, but drew a walk. Hyde at second, Smith at first. Big swing, comes up empty. He's behind 0-2.
I like this right, Reisig. It's a good mound visit by Coach AC. Just able to talk him down a little bit, get him within himself here.
A lot of speed on the base paths. If you can try to find a gap, could score 2. Taken for strike 3. Only needs 3 pitches to escape another jam. The Pioneers do get 1. We'll head to the third inning. It's 2-1 Outlaws here on the Front Range League Network.
Outlaws 2 and your Pioneers 1.
Through 2 here at Oregon Trail Park. Outlaws currently leading 2-1. Pioneers scored a run with no hits in that last inning, while the Outlaws have a couple of hits and a couple of runs scored. Yuta Akutama out there for another inning of work. Gave up a couple of soft hits, but then just seemed to struggle to find the zone. But was the beneficiary of a double play, and that really was a huge part of that inning.
Yeah, and you get the top of the order up this inning. Love to see the Outlaws get that run back, which they've done a good job of responding to teams when they do give up a run.
So we do have rain coming down in the ballpark. It looks like we'll have rain for a while, but we'll try to play through it, obviously. It'll be, as you mentioned, top of the lineup. They went 1-2-3 in the first. And we'll see how Akutama responds in the second after gave up a couple of hits, hit a batter, walked a batter, and also had that error over at first base where really he had the runner picked off, and that might end up being a completely different inning if that ball is able to be gloved.
Yeah, and it's the little things for the Pioneers and not letting those mistakes compound, because he let that ball get by him. I understand that the hit by pitch didn't affect him, although it did set up that second run. He let that mistake lead into another run.
So this will be Braden Basie playing shortstop today, stepping into the right-handed batter's box.
Looks like rain's starting to pick up here a little bit.
Akutama delivers the first pitch. That one inside, almost got him. But it will start as a 1-0 count. Akutama works quickly. That one misses way in front of the zone. You got to wonder how that grip is being affected by the rain.
Basie, that veteran bat, trying to find his way on.
2-0 misses way high. 3-0 to the Outlaws leadoff hitter.
He's been very good at just putting together professional at-bats, getting deep into counts, putting pressure on pitchers.
That one inside and high for ball 4. So 4 straight misses for Akutama. And that'll be a leadoff base runner for the Outlaws here in this third inning as they try to, as you mentioned, get that run back, try to extend this 2-1 lead. And that's the way you want to start the inning.
And in steps one of Coach AC's favorite players. He was raving about him when I went over to talk to him after the game. He's like, I just love his attitude. I love the way that he attacks hitters, and he was doing that, and he's been doing that in his 2 relief appearances, even though he's not really mainly a pitcher.
That brings in Xander Martinez. First pitch, swinging, popped up right side into foul territory and out of play. And that will start the count 0-1.
It'll be interesting to see what they're like on the base pass. Weren't very aggressive last game. It'll be interesting to see if they try and press a little bit more, especially with that slick ball.
Runner takes off. Great jump. Throws. Going to go down, but not nearly in time. Pitch missed outside, and now a stolen base for Basie as a runner in scoring position with no one away here in this inning.
Like I said, that slick ball, that is hard for a catcher to do. Make that play, especially when there's a little bit of rain. The dirt can get a little bit muddier down there. Hard to get your footwork right.
Next pitch misses as well. So Akutama struggling to find the zone here in the third. Set on the mound. Here's the 2-1. Front door breaker finds the zone. Beautiful pitch there. Evens it up at 2-2. Feels like you need to get an out here.
Yeah, you can't let this inning get away from you. Like we said, we've been saying between these 2 teams, can't let the compound errors add up.
2-2 misses wide. Count runs full. Really can't walk another batter. Thomas sets. Payoff pitch. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. Got him looking for a big out number 1. Great job battling back in that at bat. Now he faces Jack Riley, who grounded out to third his first time up.
Jack Riley does have a little bit of power in that bat. He's already shown it this year. He's put together great at-bats as well.
First pitch runner takes off. Going to be no throw down to third.
Like I said, I like this approach by Coach McCoy on the base pass, taking advantage of possibly a slick ball and being able to put the infield in a bad spot now with them coming in.
Yeah, infield does come in. Here's the 1-0 delivery to Riley. Out in front of that one on the ground towards third. Play's going to go to first, so run will score. Good dig there by Bevan. But a couple of stolen bases manufactures a run for the Outlaws.
And that's what good teams do. Good teams are able to manufacture runs just in the way that they did. Basie being a good leadoff hitter, finding his way on base with a walk, not even giving up an inning yet, hit yet this inning, and being able to steal the 2 bags and get in on just a ground ball.
2-way no one on. Akatama just lost that pitch over the head of McKernan. McKernan singled last inning, ended up coming around to score on a wild pitch in the second.
Yeah, and you can't let these mistakes compound here. You got to be able to get out of this inning.
1-0 finds the zone. Great pitch to even it up at 1-1.
If you're McKernan, you got to look for a mistake here, something to drive, something to keep the inning going.
That one, another one he just lost. Grip clearly becoming a problem. Couple of pitches over the head of McKernan in this inning.
As a hitter, I'll tell you this much: if he can find a mistake to attack, he's going to be very happy with himself, because it is an uncomfortable feeling seeing a fastball sail over your head for sure.
McKernan steps back into the right-handed batter's box, awaiting the 2-1 pitch from the Pioneer starter. Inside, called strike 2. Count even up at 2-2. No one on, 2 away here in the inning, 1 run in. Inside, behind actually McKernan. Count runs full.
I understand that grip is an issue, but you have to find a way to get out of this inning.
Katama looking in, now calling time. And looks like they're going to have a conversation, him and Cardenas, trying to find a way to end this top of the 3rd inning. Allowing only that 1 run scored, trying to avoid a walk here. A couple of hits for the Outlaws, a couple of walks, and they've been hit by a pitch in this game.
See if McKernan can find a pitch to drive here.
Payoff pitch, check swing right back to the pitcher. And it'll be tossed over to first in time for out number 3. Do give up a run after a walk and a couple of stolen bases, but avoid any more damage. Outlaws take a 3-1 lead as we head to the bottom of the 3rd here on the Front Range League Network. Welcome back to Oregon Trail Park as we will be getting the tarp on the field. Decision made in between innings just to get that tarp on the field. Rain still coming down pretty heavily. And obviously you want to avoid any risk. We saw in the last inning, Akatama clearly struggling with grip. Many pitches, especially over to McKernan. One went behind him, two over his head. You just want to make sure for player safety you don't risk anything, and they're going to try to get the tarp on the field as quickly as possible. Yeah,
I also saw a couple lightning strikes out there. You can hear the thunder a little bit in the background. We had great baseball weather for this first game, but obviously as day has turned to night a little bit, it's gotten a little bit ugly here for baseball weather.
Yeah, and again, at the end of the day, you hope that hopefully it kind of lets up and you can still finish this game tonight. But it's one of those things, kind of like I said last night, to wait and see. Doesn't look great overall, but while we have time, a little check-in on the Nebraska baseball game. They're actually trailing now 2-1 in the top of the sixth. College World Series in full swing this time of year. In fact, a couple of players on the Pioneers that are still playing baseball. Those being Davis Bush and Sam Nenow. Still waiting for those two, and other than that, around the sports world, of course, big Game 7 NBA. We don't care about that. In baseball, the Cubs and Cardinals, big rivalry series. Cubs currently up 4-1 in the ninth inning. White Sox beat the Tigers again 7-1. The Angels beat the Rays 14-3, while the Red Sox beat the Guardians 9-1. Mets beat the Marlins 6-1. Houston take down Milwaukee 9-2. Braves beat the Reds 5-2. While we have two games yet to start, those being the Yankees and Athletics, and then the Phillies and Dodgers.
And then, as an Outlaw or Pioneer fan, if you know somebody in the community that you know gives back, make sure to apply them to our seats of honor. They get free tickets, free food here at the game, whether they're a teacher, a firefighter, a nurse, a first responder, or they served. Make sure to put them up for that and give them a good experience here at Oregon Trail Park Stadium.
We're going to go ahead and head to break. We'll come back with some more updates as we get them. You're watching on the Front Range League Network.